mission to the UN. Tell us what it means to you to hear those words of Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, praising those veterans.
In the current days, these guys were fighting for the freedom and the freedom of Europe and the freedom, of course, of France, who has been occupied during all these years. And currently, after this time, we thought that war was no longer possible in Europe, and we are facing a war on the eastern part of Europe, and that shows that we need to prepare ourselves to defend our freedom. And that's why there is such a link between what's happened 80 years ago and what's happening today. Even if we are not bombed currently, we know that there is a threat on our freedom.
Well, also with us here on set is Andrew Hillier from our International Affairs Desk. Andrew, you're recently yourself back from Ukraine. You've also been to the Middle East. And a lot of what we've been talking about today is about remembering those veterans, yes, but also bringing it into that context of that situation which the world finds itself in nowadays.
Absolutely, Stuart. I mean, the importance of D-Day and these commemorative events, the ceremonies, they're often placed in the context of present-day geopolitics. We are living at a time of great upheaval, perhaps some of the greatest upheaval we've seen since the end of the Second World War. That world order that was ushered in after the Second World War is being openly challenged, and perhaps the greatest example of that is Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. There can be absolutely no doubt that the war in Ukraine is hanging over this event. Of course, that's the reason why Vladimir Putin is absent. The last time he attended a big ceremony for D-Day was in 2014. So D-Day now taking on a new significance in light of what's happening in Ukraine. Of course, on the other hand, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has been invited, and he's, I think, going to use this event, this ceremony, to tie in past memories, to evoke the collective memory of shared purpose that D-Day represents, to link that to his present-day fight with Russia. And I think the Ukrainian president really wants to remind people how the landings, the D-Day landings, resonate with Ukraine's modern-day struggle. So you're going to see, I think, on the sidelines of these commemorations, you will see diplomatic talks about increasing Western military support to Ukraine. Of course, as you mentioned, there's also the war in Gaza, which I've covered, the turmoil in the Middle East, divisions within Western countries over how to respond to Israel's war in Gaza and the consequences for the civilian population. So I think the key point I'd like to make here is that this event, it's not just, especially for the world leaders who are present, it's not just an exercise in nostalgia. It's an opportunity for them, for the world leaders present, I think, to remind people of the transatlantic alliance, perhaps D-Day one of the greatest symbols of that alliance. A reminder perhaps for European leaders too, with the US presidential election campaign, that the days when the US always had Europe's back, those days can't be taken for granted, and they may even be numbered.
Well, also joining us once again is James Andre. He's our senior reporter who's covering events for us in Normandy. He's at Colleville-sur-Mer, actually, which is the US cemetery. James, we're already seeing some of that emotion coming out at the beginning of the British ceremony, and that's something that's going to be very much replicated during the day there. Those emotional moments very much at the forefront.
Yes, absolutely. What's interesting is to talk to the people you see passing behind me. These are, some of the 12,000 people who are going to attend this ceremony, 4,000 of which are officials, high-ranking military officials from the United States and other officials. But the 8,000 other people are simply people who signed up online to get a ticket. Now, those 8,000 tickets were actually all taken within 48 hours, which gives you an idea of people's commitment to these commemorations. And a lot of people I've been speaking to have done a long journey from the United States to be here today. I spoke to people from Texas, from Utah. I've spoken to people from Washington, D.C. as well. I've talked to, for example, a couple of Army veterans. He had fought in the war in Vietnam. She had also fought in American conflicts, and they were saying, well, they'd come here to celebrate their 25th anniversary, and she told me that her great grand uncle had fought here in the battle for Normandy. Also spoke to a soldier, a US soldier, who'd been selected out of his 500 comrades to be here today and to attend this ceremony. He actually told me that this was something he had asked for as a specific perk, if you will, when he signed on for an extra 20 months for a mission in the Middle East. He was telling me that this was very important for him, that his great-grandfather had taken part in the fighting here. He was actually one of the third-line soldiers to land here on Utah Beach, that he'd survived it, that of course all this had irrigated his family tree and history. Basically everyone telling me that, this place, and it's a very impressive testimony to the sacrifice that has been made here. One lady, Patty, telling me that, it's important to remind everyone, especially at a time like this, that freedom is not free. And she as well has traveled from the United States, saying that for her, she felt that, not enough was being done in American schools to remind everyone of the sacrifice that was made here, and of the role that the United States played in liberating Western Europe and France, and indeed Normandy. So yes, a lot of emotion here. And just on a finishing note, we just saw Marine One, which is the presidential helicopter, take off right behind where we are standing. So that means that Joe Biden is probably not, will be here soon. As you know, the ceremony here, the American ceremony, starts at 12:30. For the time being, of course, the spotlight is on that British ceremony. One man here telling me that, of course, this is the 80th anniversary, and that it is, as he put it, he said, this is the last time. That's what he said. This is why it's so emotional. The last time, or at least the last, 10th anniversary where we'll have this many veterans. They're saying that 167 of them have traveled from the UK. And yes, of course, you've got to remember that these men and women who served, who were here, who played this incredibly important role in history, well, the last witnesses of that time are here, but they're in the late 90s, early hundreds, and of course, disappearing. The numbers are dwindling.
James, we're just going to show you some images now, hopefully they haven't landed yet, of some Canadian paratroopers who have been coming in over the skies of Normandy, landing at Contextualizing D-Day. Unfortunately, the images have just cut. I knew that was going to happen as soon as I tried to go to them. So they've just finished, but we have seen some Canadian paratroopers coming in to land ready for the Canadian service, which begins, in fact, in around half an hour's time. We can show you, though, some images of King Charles and Queen Camilla, who've just arrived at the British service. You can see those on screen there as we speak. King Charles right in the middle there in the beige uniform, Queen Camilla in the white hat. We saw them get out of their car just a few seconds ago. Arriving ready for the British ceremony, which is just sort of getting underway really in the next 5 minutes or so. Can be joined there as well, of course, by the French President Emmanuel Macron and other dignitaries as well to mark that occasion there as well. Let's just dip into those pictures as we see them arrive ready for that ceremony. Andy Hillier is also with me here on set from our International Affairs desk. Andy, as we continue to watch these pictures, one thing that I know you've been looking at is the importance of the D-Day commemorations as well, and how they've changed over the years, because they've almost become more and more poignant as time has gone on, haven't they?
That's right, Stuart. Of course, the D-Day ceremonies really have, I think, grown in importance over the last 80 years. In the first 10 years, for the first decade, there were commemorative events, but a lot of it happened on a local level, if you like. 10 years after D-Day, the French president, René Coty, he did attend the commemorations. He himself was a native of Le Havre, so he was from Normandy. So for him, of course, what happened on D-Day and what happened during the Battle of Normandy that lasted for 3 months, of course, really resonated with him. Famously, of course, Charles de Gaulle in 1964, not present for the D-Day commemorations. There was, at the time, I think, this debate about whether or not the French had been partially sidelined during D-Day by the British and Americans. But the big turning point, definitely, I think, in 1984, that was when we first saw D-Day as an international commemorative event with world leaders attending. This was when the French president at the time, François Mitterrand, he invited 6 heads of state, including the US president, Ronald Reagan, and the UK's Queen Elizabeth. The French president at the time used the event to underpin the importance of the transatlantic partnership. This was in the context of the Cold War, of course. And this was also a very important event for Ronald Reagan. This came during a re-election campaign for Ronald Reagan, and he made what many have come to consider perhaps one of the most defining speeches of his presidency, which practically launched his re-election campaign in 1984. It was a speech he gave at the Pointe du Hoc. Of course, that cliff, those series of cliffs that were taken by US troops from German soldiers. And he, during his speech, he evoked this idea of shared memory, this idea of moral sentiment, and he tied it to the present day, at the time, struggle of the US against the Soviet Union in the context of the Cold War. And of course, Joe Biden will be bearing that in mind when he himself gives a speech at the same location at the Pointe du Hoc, which he's scheduled to do tomorrow. Of course, 20 years later, in 2004, the symbolism of D-Day changed yet again. This was the year when, for the first time, Russian President Vladimir Putin was invited to the ceremony. There was also, for the first time, a German Chancellor also present, Gerhard Schröder. We had those very memorable images of the French President Jacques Chirac embracing Gerhard Schröder, the pledges of friendship. So you can see how it's evolved over time and changed in meaning.
Andy, I'm just going to interrupt you because we can just take some images from the British ceremony once again. I can see the actor Martin Freeman is on screen. He's going to be reading the words of a veteran who's returned to Gold Beach for the first time in 80 years. Let's dip in and have a listen.
What do I go back for? After all the terrible things I've seen, like a picture book up there, I can visualize everything. I landed on June the 6th, 1944, at a place called Ver-sur-Mer. The Germans pulled back, so it allowed us to clear the mines on the beach. That was the first job I got, clearing mines. All over the place they were. Joe Mines, clearing mines. One of our fellas trod on one and blew his leg off. The whole leg went. War is brutal. Back when I signed up, I met a fella on the train. I went to Normandy with him, but he got killed within about an hour of landing here. He was only young. I was 19 when I landed, but I was still a boy. I don't care what people say. I wasn't a man, I was a boy. And I didn't have any idea of war and killing. I was lucky. Yeah, I had lots and lots of luck. So why would I come back? Well, this is the last and only opportunity for me. The last there will ever be. And it's because of the lads. I want to pay my respects to those who didn't make it. May they rest in peace.
The actor Martin Freeman there reading the words, as we heard there, of that veteran returning to Gold Beach for the first time in 80 years. Martin Freeman, of course, known for the TV series Sherlock and for playing Hobbit as well in the Hollywood films. But one of those British personalities, if you like, who's taking part in these commemorations in D-Day. We're going to keep dipping in and out of that service as we get to the key moments. Let's bring us in as well our other guest who we tried to speak to a little while ago. Hopefully we've got it up and running now. Andrew Smith, historian of modern France, Director of Liberal Arts at Queen Mary University in London. Andrew, it's very moving to see these events going on, as we can just see here, in fact, the singer and songwriter Johnny Flynn, who's performing his own song titled Song With No Name. We'll keep looking at those pictures as we talk to you, Andrew. Tell us what it means to you today to see these events being commemorated.
The voices of veterans. We know that on the 80th anniversary, the events themselves start to pass from living memory from that generation that lived, experienced and fought on those beaches into the stories that we tell each other, that we remember ourselves. And I think that makes it really important that this is a commemoration, not a celebration, as we've heard before as well, that this becomes something which tells us a lot about the sacrifices that took place on the beaches at Normandy. You mentioned already it's a really important site of politics, of presentation, of framing that memory of what states can be, what nations can rise to, and what people want to see represented of themselves. And so I think this ceremony, the British ceremony at Ver-sur-Mer, is really important, because what it does is it highlights that role as part of this larger Allied invasion, this larger Allied landing, which started the process of the liberation of France. It marks that moment, that kind of firing pistol, as it were, the starting pistol, for this whole liberation from occupation by the Germans. And that, I think, is a really crucial thing to mark at this stage.
And Andrew, as our other Andrew here on set was talking about earlier on, it reminds us as well that the threat of war is never far away. I mean, here on France 24, of course, we're covering those events in Gaza, but perhaps more notably here in Europe, those events in Ukraine as well, of course. Emmanuel Macron has threatened, if that's the right word, to send more troops or at least more French aid to help the Ukrainians. And perhaps that's something we should be thinking about as well as we remember what happened 80 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned, you heard a kind of roundup of the different ceremonies and their context. Back in 1949, when General Montgomery spoke on the beaches, he was criticised in the British Parliament for being sort of hawkish in the way he talked about it. That, of course, was the moment in 1949 when the NATO treaty was actually signed. Talking about that, he spoke at that moment about how he would be, proud to die in France defending British and French honour. Then that moment of the kind of proximity of war really put an edge on that. And I think we can see that again today, as you mentioned. There is really something quite strong and powerful about this idea of bringing the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, as you mentioned, to be part of this while excluding the Russian aggressors as well. And that, I think, is very, very significant. You've, of course, got the kind of representatives from many of the other nations who were represented during that period as well, the Canadians, the Germans, and even the Italian president as well. And, of course, we know there is the upcoming G7 summit in Puglia at the end of the month, and that kind of thing gives us a sense that this is about political alliances and military alliances today, as much as it is about the memory and commemoration of those brave events of the past.
Andrew, stay with us for the rest of the programme. We're just going to have a little bit more of a listen to events there at the British ceremony. Let's find out exactly what's going on there at the moment. Well, Dominique Trinquot is still with us here on set, former French military general, also headed France's military mission to the UN. We got a lot more of these images and tributes coming in, but as Andrew Smith was saying there, it is important to remember what's happening amid the context, I suppose, of what we're seeing happening elsewhere in the world at the moment.
Yes, certainly. When we see this commemoration, we see, of course, all the soldiers coming from UK and arriving on the beach. I have just a few memories about what's happened in France. My two grandfathers have been arrested. One was sent to Auschwitz. Another one was in a German prison. Two of my uncles were killed. So inside the French population, and yesterday in Saint-Lô, you have this city which was bombed, you have a mixture of joy, because this will be the start of the end of the war and of the suffering they had for 4 years, and at the same time the sadness of the people who were absent or killed in different way. And but when you talk about the people on the Normandy beaches, it's very amazing to see that, of course, they suffer during this time, but they said that was joy, because it was the beginning of the end of this war.
Let's dip into the service once again. This is Douglas Booth reading the words of a Royal Navy veteran reflecting on the Battle of Normandy.
Is this my last day on Earth? As we approached Normandy, our goal was Gold Beach, Ver-sur-Mer, and I remember these flutters of nerves that I couldn't get rid of. And as I looked at the landing craft go past me, I gave the lads a thumbs up. I think now how many of them are dead. I remember my first body, a US airman, floating, fully clothed. He looked so damn smart. We wanted to pull his body from the water, but the bridge wouldn't have it. It still makes me emotional. All that loss. See, I tried to forget D-Day, but I can't. And when I come here, especially today, the 6th of June, I have one purpose. It is to think of the boys. I've had 80 years on this earth since that day. My friends have remained under the earth for that time. And it is so important to me that we share the same earth once more here in Normandy.
Yeah, very moving words there. Once again, those read by the actor Douglas Booth, reading the words there of that Royal Navy veteran. Obviously, a strong bond formed between the two men, sitting there, not surprisingly, reflecting on the Battle of Normandy. We're expecting other similar moments from the service. Let's just have a listen to Anna. This now is Antonia Desplat, French actor, reading the words of a volunteer nurse in Bayeux during the Normandy campaign.
Memorial honors not only those under British command, but the many French civilians who lost their lives during the campaign. These are the words of Colette Marin-Catherine, a teenager in 1944 who still lives in Normandy today. I remember a feeling of mourning engulfing our family following the fall of France. We knew the horror of war, but we also knew we did not have a choice. So my family joined the resistance. The danger was permanent, requiring a great deal of tenacity and patience. My brother Jean-Pierre was arrested for his efforts and later died in a concentration camp. By early 1944, we had a feeling the landings were imminent. Normandy was bombed in the months leading up to D-Day. But June 6 was different though. The sound of the battleship's guns was unlike anything I'd heard before. Our town, Bretteville, was liberated by the Allies on June 7th. I felt profound admiration for the unwavering courage of the troops involved. We were told to leave for Bayeux with the wounded my mother and I had in our care, and so we set off on foot. In Bayeux, the Allies were setting up a military hospital called the Robert Lynd Hospital. It was staffed by a brigade of experienced nurses who knew neither fatigue nor fear. I was careful to hide my age of just 15 and was therefore enrolled, caring for the wounded. I feel infinite respect and gratitude for all those who have lost their lives, military and civilians alike, and those who came to give us their help. When I think of the Allied soldiers The feeling which still remains with me to this day is like that of experiencing a second birth. They saved me from a world of horror and terror and gifted me a future filled with hope.
Antonia Desplat there, the French actor, reading the words of a volunteer nurse in Bayeux. Elsewhere at the same site, we're just seeing images now, in fact, of the French President Emmanuel Macron, who's arrived on site there. He was greeted, in fact, by Rishi Sunak just a few moments ago. He's going to be making his way into the ceremony there as well. So we'll continue to follow that here on France 24, bringing you our special coverage, of course, today of D-Day, 80 years on. I don't know if we can see those images. There we are, of President Macron arriving and shaking hands with some of the dignitaries who've arrived there. Rishi Sunak just greeting him behind there before he will be speaking as well at the British Cemetery at this ceremony that's going on inside. And Dominic Trunco, I mean, it's great to see, isn't it, the world's leaders, if you like, all coming together to celebrate and remember what happened. Obviously, Emmanuel Macron's moving between all the different ceremonies during the day today to pay tribute individually to each of the countries that took part.
Yes, and to see these young leaders, I mean, the President and the Prime Minister, very young people, for them it is history. But they need to be there to show that young people must remember that. Even if they were not there, even if they were not in charge, and pay tribute to the veterans who are there and all those who can't be there.
Yeah, would you echo that, Andrew Hillier?
Well, absolutely. Well, I mean, as you were saying that, it made me think of Gabriel Attal, the French Prime Minister, of course, very young as well, in his 30s, which it goes back to this idea of one generation passing down the baton of memory of the sacrifice paid by so many people to liberate France and to rid Europe of Nazism. The role of passing that memory down to new generations. Gabriel Attal, who will be present alongside the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to commemorate the role of Canadian troops when they stormed the beaches of Normandy. I also wanted to just pick up as well, I think it was very interesting listening to the French actress Antonia Desplat there when she was talking about the role played by French civilians in helping the war effort. And I also wanted to pick up on the point you just made as well about Saint-Lô as well, and the importance that has been given to what happened there. It represents, I think, what's happening this year is this what's been called a plurality of memory. That's what the French are trying to focus on this year. And it's all about how D-Day, I think, occupies sometimes a more complex space in the French collective memory than perhaps it does for the US and the UK. You have to remember, of course, that there were thousands of French civilian victims of the Battle of Normandy. Estimates put it between 13,000 to 20,000. A lot of those people were killed in Allied bombardments. And what was interesting when you talked about Saint-Lô, Dominic Trinquant, was when you must remember that happened on the night of June the 6th. So these are the same people who were already hearing word of Allied troops storming the beaches of Normandy. So for them, there was obviously hope that perhaps an end to the war was in sight. But the same night, many of them found themselves dead under the carpet bombing of British and American bombers. So Emmanuel Macron, who we see here yesterday, visiting Saint-Lô to really give space to that memory, to emphasize, of course, how important it is to pay tribute and to remember the French civilians who lost their lives too. And I think what we've seen in Normandy during these commemorations is often what I describe as a slight undercurrent of tension between the local memories, if you like, people whose relatives were killed in those Allied bombardments, and then the overall narrative of Allied heroism. And I think what there is an attempt to do this year is to perhaps reconcile these competing narratives.
Yeah, it's interesting to see while you're talking there, Andy, we can see the French President Emmanuel Macron chatting, I suppose is the right word to use, with King Charles III. We're expecting both of them to speak shortly. I can see sitting behind Emmanuel Macron there, Elizabeth Borne, the former French Prime Minister, and other senior figures as well. Both of them, as I say, will be speaking. And we shouldn't forget, of course, that it's one of the first times that King Charles has been seen since his cancer diagnosis. He was very much in evidence yesterday in Portsmouth on the south coast of the UK. The services that were held there for to mark, I suppose, the day that all those ships set off from South Sea Common, from Portsmouth and other areas across the south coast. That was very much marked in the UK yesterday, and today, obviously, all those senior figures coming across to France to continue to mark the event that they arrived on D-Day, the 6th of June, all those years ago, 80 years ago, exactly, of course, which is that main day that we're noting today. It's going to be interesting to see what they both have to say, isn't it, Dominique Trinquant? I mean, it's difficult to get that the balance right between looking at back to what happened and also, of course, trying to make that influence that we've been talking about so much on today's young people as well.
Yes, and I think that the ceremony yesterday in Portsmouth was very important. It was the time where the soldiers were on board the ships and waiting to know what will happen. And this morning they know already what happened. And some of them, as one of the testimony was given, they were only boys. They didn't know what war was, and you never know what war is before you face it. And so I think it was very interesting to see these two ceremonies yesterday and today, and the French president talking to King Charles. I think it's very important because, as you know, UK, if we're talking about the actuality, what's happening now, UK was far ahead of the rest of Europe on facing Ukraine, and now it's the role of France to do that. And so together they have a testimony to give after this ceremony about what will happen in the future facing what's happened in Ukraine.
Well, we're going to listen into a little bit of the music now. Let's have a listen to part of the ceremony.
Sadly, George could not travel to be in France today. He landed on Sword Beach, age 17. I would have loved to have been with you all, but unfortunately, I'm not as sprightly as I was then. For my battalion in the Royal Ulster Rifles, we lost most of our men on the 9th of June. 26 of my comrades fell. The people I fought with were just ordinary people. But when they were needed, they never faltered. I still remember the jokes we shared. I am absolutely honoured they are being remembered today.
John Westlake, a leading aircraftsman in the RAF during the Normandy campaign, shared these words. I ask you to speak on my behalf, to remember all those good men who feared that no one would ever know their stories. We lost so many brave men. The turnover of pilots was high. I have never forgotten the ones who did not survive. We went through it all together. Such nice lads. I only wish I knew what happened to them. I want them to know that they will never be forgotten.
Just 2 weeks before D-Day, Peter Seaborn turned 17 years old. He was an able seaman serving in the Royal Navy. He remembers. I was aboard my destroyer, escorting American troops to the beaches. The sight before my eyes has never left me. Rockets, shelling, bombing, enemy fire. We later lost HMS Boadicea, a ship escorting a merchant navy convoy across the channel. The convoy just behind mine. 170 men perished and 12 survived. Even though I have never been able to return, I am grateful that my words can travel to you today and say a final thank you in my stead.
Arthur O'Bourne landed on Gold Beach and is with us here this morning. I am honoured to stand by the names of the friends he lost. He told me, not many people can say they survived a sniper shooting them through the chest, but thanks to my good friend Walter Gummison, Gummy, as he was known to us, I can. He drove me to a field hospital, saving my life. The next day, my unit was ambushed, shredded, and every man was killed. I never saw Gummy again. That day, I lost 27 comrades.
It is all because of Gummy's quick thinking, his desire to help those around him, that I can stand before you today. I wish I could tell him I have never taken his sacrifice for granted and will always remember him and our friends. So, Gummy, thank you, my old friend.
Yeah, very emotional moments there at that ceremony in Ver-sur-Mer as we heard those tributes by individuals. Not a dry eye in the house there, I'm sure, as you saw everybody in the crowd there raised to applause. Not a dry eye in the studio as well. It's it really grips you, doesn't it, listening to those emotional tributes being paid. We're going to keep resting with that ceremony, of course, here on France 24. Now we have the Welsh singer, Tom Jones, so let's hear from him.
If you call, and I'll stand beside you as long as I can. I will hold back the evening of your sun, but I won't crumble with you if you fall. I will shadow the heat of your day, and I'll drink from the sweat of your brow. I will walk to the tune of your song, but I won't crumble with you if you fall. Come walk with me and hold to my hand. Touch me, let me know I ain't here by myself. Stretch my night dreams into my days. Stop short of falling apart if I go down. I will wait in the morning if you call, and I'll stand beside you as long as I can. I will hold back the evening of your sun, but I won't crumble with you if you fall.
Tom Jones there in front of that enormous wall of names performing his song I Won't Crumble If You Fall. Tom Jones, of course, known for Delilah, and it's not unusual amongst those many hits that he had from the 60s right through until recently as well. So we continue to follow the ceremony coming out of Ver-sur-Mer on the Normandy coast there. Let's listen once again.
Monsieur le Président, nous vous sommes reconnaissants de nous honorer de votre présence ici aujourd'hui, au Mémorial britannique de Normandy. 80 years ago, on D-Day, the 6th of June 1944, our nation and those which stood alongside us faced what my grandfather, King George VI, described as the supreme test. How fortunate we were, and the entire free world, that a generation of men and women in the United Kingdom and other allied nations did not flinch when the moment came to face that test. On the beaches of Normandy, in the seas beyond, and in the skies overhead, our armed forces carried out their duty with a humbling sense of resolve and determination, qualities so characteristic of that remarkable wartime generation. Very many of them never came home. They lost their lives on the D-Day landing grounds or in the many battles that followed. It is with the most profound sense of gratitude that we remember them and all those who served at that critical time. We recall the lesson that comes to us again and again across the decades. Free nations must stand together to oppose tyranny. As the years pass, the veterans of the Normandy campaign become ever fewer in number. Over the past 40 years, I have had the great privilege of attending 7 D-Day commemorations in Normandy and meeting so many distinguished veterans. Indeed, I shall never forget the haunting sight and sound of thousands of bemedaled figures proudly marching past into a French sunset on these beaches. Our ability to learn from their stories at first hand diminishes, but our obligation to remember them, what they stood for, and what they achieved for us all, can never diminish. That is why I'm so proud that we have a permanent national memorial in Normandy, by which to remember the more than 22,000 service personnel in British units who gave their lives during the D-Day landings and the Battle of Normandy. It was built at the suggestion of a veteran, George Batts. He is sadly no longer with us, but lived to see it built and explained on the day it was opened why it means so much. We left a lot of mates behind, and now I know they will never be forgotten. So for the first time today, we can come together at Gold Beach, the objective of the 50th Infantry Division, to honour those who fought on this ground 80 years ago and who continued for 3 months of the war's fiercest fighting to secure Normandy. Ce mémorial rend également un hommage particulier à la plus grande tragédie du débarquement. Le nombre inimaginable de civils français qui sont morts dans cette bataille commune pour la liberté, alors que les Alliés se battaient dans le nord-ouest de la France pour s'assurer une victoire finale. Nous ne manquerons jamais de rendre hommage
forget to pay tribute to the courage and the sacrifice, the incredible sacrifice of the men and women of the French resistance. as well as to the numerous civilians who provided essential intelligence, who sabotaged communications and transport lines, and laid crucial traps for the enemy. The generosity and warmth of the welcome that was given to the veterans of the Normandy landings by the people of Normandy is the most moving and memorable aspect of this commemoration.
This vital start to the liberation of Europe was a vast Allied effort. American, British, Canadian, French, and Polish formations fought here in Normandy. Among the names inscribed on the walls and pillars of this memorial are men and women from more than 30 different nations and many faiths. United, they fought together for what my grandfather, King George VI, described as a world in which goodness and honour may be the foundation of the life of men in every land. As we stand alongside their remaining friends and comrades on this hallowed ground, let us affirm that we will strive to live by their example. Let us pray such sacrifice need never be made again. And let us commit to carrying forward their resounding message of courage and resilience in the pursuit of freedom, tempered by the duty of responsibilities to others, for the benefit of younger generations and those yet unborn. Our gratitude is unfailing and our admiration eternal.
King Charles there, talking about how fortunate the world has been that the generation that was involved, of course, in those D-Day events of 80 years ago did not flinch. He made that point, of course, that many of them did not come home. Also talked about the fact that it's the 7th time that he's been to a D-Day commemoration, and talked of our ability as well to learn from them diminishing as the years pass and the number of those remaining veterans diminishes as well. We've been talking a lot here on set about passing that baton on as well. Let's listen once again to some more of the service.
They shall grow not old, as we who are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today.
O eternal Lord God, who has united together all veterans of the Normandy campaign, grant, we beseech you, your blessing, and give strength to carry on our work to aid and bring comradeship to all Normandy veterans, and joy and common purpose throughout our association. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, whose courage never failed. Amen.
We are from the Cecil Newton Primary School in Normandy. Cecil and his friends liberated our village of Colleville and visit us every year on D-Day. We remember his friends who lost their lives and say their names so we never forget.
Thank you to the veterans of the Normandy campaign for the sacrifices that you made so we can live in peace. We promise to remember always.
Lovingly remembered, keepers of the flame, we must never forget each soldier has a name. Lovingly remembered, all who gave so much, faces they'll never see, hands they'll never touch. Broken sorrow, all with regret, lovingly remembered each day, we must not forget. Lovingly remembered, keepers of the flame, we must never forget each soldier has a name.
That music there, specially commissioned, in fact, an anthem by Andrew Lloyd Webber, the composer, lovingly remembered. The lyrics by Don Black, famous, of course, for musicals, and also the lyrics to several James Bond themes performed by Naomi Kepenlu there with the London Youth Chamber Choir. We're going to keep showing you that ceremony here on France 24, coming live out of Normandy from Ver-sur-Mer to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the British ceremony we've been bringing you over the last half hour. I mean, we had it all, didn't we? We had Abide With Me, the hymn, we had the last post, the silence, and the red arrows there. The King, Charles, I noticed looking particularly moved by that moment as it happened. While we continue to watch the events, let's talk to some of our guests. Dominique Franco, former French military general, headed France's military mission to the UN, is with me here on set. I mean, it's just so emotional, isn't it, watching and listening to these services, and it just kind of gets you right in the gut, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly. And when we see all these veterans facing now the seashore with a beautiful day, when they remember what it was 80 years ago, not exactly the same picture, the same picture, and probably they found that their comrades who fell are now in peace.
Yeah, you can see just behind the dignitaries and the veterans there's a new art installation actually that they put up at the site there, which is called Standing with Giants, representing a total of 1,475 silhouettes, the number of Allied British troops, in fact, who died on that first day during D-Day. Let's also bring in Andrew Smith, who's been waiting very patiently. Andrew Smith is historian of modern France and director of liberal arts at Queen Mary University in London. Thanks for staying with us, Andrew. I mean, I'm sure you listened and heard to that ceremony as well. I mean, it really does bring it home, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a very touching series of tributes, of course, to those that fell. Really, led, I think, by the presence of those remaining veterans of the day. And as you mentioned before, it becomes really important as the events pass from living memory, pass from being something that's passed on verbally by people that lived and fought on that day, into something that we remember. It's important that we remember it in a balanced way, as we're seeing with this sequence of commemorations this year. We remember the tragedy and the sacrifices, the civilian victims, alongside those that perished fighting for freedom at the same time. I think that's a really important measure, where it becomes about commemoration and not celebration, regardless of the fact that this was a real triumph, I think, and is justly remembered as a real turning point in the Second World War.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what word to use, isn't it? I mean, celebration feels wrong, but at the same time, it is celebrating the achievement, isn't it? Even if what we're doing today is commemorating, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was, it was a marvel of planning. It was an extraordinary operation. You had more than 7,000 ships and landing craft, as you heard King Charles say as well. Of course, we had aviators, we had marine forces, we had ground forces, part of this extraordinary, coordinated, inter-allied effort, which was designed really to defeat Nazi tyranny on the continent. Of course, we need to remember it as part of the sequence of the liberation itself. And we know, of course, Emmanuel Macron yesterday was at Saint-Lô. Of course, there was bombing on the evening of 5th into 6th of June. But likewise, there was, of course, much stronger fighting that carried on throughout July and August as the Battle of Normandy carried on. But so too were the battles elsewhere. In Bagration, of course, where you see the kind of Soviet offensive in Belarusia, which opened up that eastern front. Of course, the D-Day Dodgers, as they called themselves, down in Italy, keeping that front alive as well. And of course, the landings that took place in Provence in August, which brought French troops back to liberate France itself. This was part of that wider element of the inter-allied effort to defeat Nazi tyranny. And I think it's important that we contextualise this as part of that wider sequence of commemorative events. And that's why I think it matters that we see this, as you say, as a commemoration, not a celebration, but a step on the road to the liberation of France, that process of liberation, which led eventually to the defeat of the Nazi menace, of course, in May 1945.
And Andrew, it's important to broaden it out as well. I don't know whether we can show you, I'm seeing images as well of Prince William, who's at the Canadian service at the moment at Ver-sur-Mer, the Canadian cemetery there. Prince William is in the middle of speaking, if we can possibly show those images. Andrew, I mean, it's important, isn't it, to remember the US troops, the British troops and the Canadian troops as well, all coming together to mark the event.
Yes, absolutely. We've seen, of course, the people gathering for the great and the good gathering for the American ceremonies, of course, which were largely those American beaches to the west, and then, of course, the British Canadian beaches to the east as well. And I think that's a really important ceremony. You talked about the youth of leaders earlier on. Of course, we can see Gabriel Attal was there alongside Prince William, and also Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister. I think it's really important to recognise the contribution of American, of British, of Canadian forces, really to this strong effort, this kind of extraordinarily huge moment of intervention.
Is why we've come together again today. To say thank you.
And Andrew Hillier is also with us from our International Affairs Desk. Andy, we've been talking a bit, haven't we, as well, about looking forward and linking all these events that we've seen today with the future and the worries at the moment about the sort of international position. France very much involved, of course, in that conflict in Ukraine, whether it's just supplying weapons or potentially going further, as Emmanuel Macron has hinted at over the past few weeks and months.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does go to show, again, how the importance and the significance of D-Day has changed with regards to the geopolitical context of the day. As I mentioned earlier, we are living in a world at a time of great upheaval, perhaps, the greatest upheaval we've seen in the last 8 decades. That's why, of course, there's particular resonance this year at the D-Day ceremony. You have, of course, as I mentioned again, the presence of Volodymyr Zelensky. It's extremely important because, as Ukraine's president, he's obviously going to use this commemoration as a platform, I think, on which he can draw attention to the plight of the Ukrainian people with regards to Russia. So it is very significant too. And I just also like to say that I think it is impossible not to be moved by the pictures that we saw there, not just of the laying of wreaths, which is of course very significant and important, but I think in particular the images of French school children, French and British school children, handing those white roses to the surviving veterans of the D-Day campaign. We saw a couple of days ago at the airport in Normandy, where US veterans arrived to take part in these commemorations, French school children greeting US veterans, holding posters saying, "You are our heroes." And this means a lot to these veterans because this is all deliberate, of course. It's not just for us viewing these pictures. It's also for the veterans themselves to remind them that their sacrifice won't be forgotten. And it reminds me too of in 2019 at the last big international commemoration at which Queen Elizabeth, the UK's Queen Elizabeth, attended before she passed away. She spoke. She was 18 at the time of the D-Day landing. She spoke of her generation's resilience. And I think when we see these pictures, when we see the pictures of veterans making the trip from the US to Normandy, for example, or Canada to Normandy to take part in this commemoration, her words really do resonate with us.
That's Gabriel Attal there, the French Prime Minister, talking at the Canadian service, which is going on right now as well. A little bit later on, I think it starts in around 40 minutes' time. There's also going to be a service at the US and French cemetery. I'm seeing images as well of Joe Biden. I don't know whether we can bring you those images, greeting some of the veterans ahead of that service ceremony, which is going to happen at Colleville-sur-Mer. There we go. There's Joe Biden, who over the last 5 or 10 minutes has been meeting various veterans who've made it all the way, presumably from the US, to be there for that day. Such a moment in their lives that I'm sure they've marked every 5 or 10 years throughout their entire lives as well. And we're going to be following the rest, of course, of the events during the day here on France 24. We're going to sum up a little bit now, though, the events that we've seen over the last while, and show you once again those pictures from the end of the British service. We've been seeing images there of King Charles and Queen Camilla. I don't know if we can go back to them. greeting the veterans, shaking hands with them individually. I mean, that's what's amazing to hear, isn't it, Dominique Franco? I mean, I've covered some of these D-Day events in the past, not just for France 24, but for other media as well. And it's those moments where you get to sit with somebody who was there, who can really tell you what it was like. And it's that sort of brings it home to you on an emotional level, but also the sheer achievement of what was achieved on that day.
Yes, exactly. And for them, I think it is just catch up what was said about the children coming, because they've been fighting for these children to be in a free world. And that's very important for them, for the veterans, to see that these people remember what they've done to make them free in a free world. But when you meet these veterans, they always have stories to tell you about how it's happened, and very often what they remember are funny story, not sad story.
Yeah.
All the time, and I think it is something very interesting to see that. Of course, they've got very bad memories about all the comrades, and when they always talk about their comrades who were killed at that time. But when you talk about what's happened to them, then they've got the funny story who are coming. And it's the way of being optimistic, because they are still there, and that's they want to show that.
Will we keep remembering?
Sorry?
Will we keep remembering? I mean, this is the 80th anniversary.
I think so.
85th,
there is a
90th.
very good thing in France is that now all the children are coming, the schools are coming to celebrate this commemoration. And I think it's very important.
I mean, it's been beautiful to see that new memorial that's been built there on the Normandy beaches for the British servicemen. It's a new construction that's been put up there, and it's obviously huge. And if you ever go to Normandy, the number of different places that you can go to pay respects is quite impressive.
I mean, the visits on the Normandy beaches is amazing. You see, of course, all the cemetery, but you can imagine how important the operation was, the logistic, the fact that they were building artificial harbor, and to visit all that is really impressive.
Well, we're going to leave those images now here on France 24 for a few moments, because there's an awful lot of other ceremonies which are going to happen. We're going to have the ceremony from the US perspective, which begins in around half an hour's time, and we'll bring you excerpts of that, of course, during the day as we continue to remember those who gave their lives 80 years ago. Just thank my guest, Andrew Smith, historian of modern France and director of liberal arts at Queen Mary University in London. Thank you, Andrew, for being with us and staying on the line while we listen to all of that entire ceremony. Also to Dominique Franco, who headed France's military mission to the UN. Thanks very much for being with us. And Andrew Hillier as well of our international news desk. You are watching France 24. The coverage continues in just a few moments' time, so do stay with us if you can.
Join Jeannie Godula for Paris Direct. Don't miss out on this comprehensive lunchtime news roundup.
Join me for Paris Direct every French lunchtime on France 24.
Le 6 juin 1944, 13 000 parachutistes ont sauté dans le ciel de Normandie, à l'intérieur des terres de Utah Beach. Et nous, aujourd'hui, on est là non pas pour refaire la même chose, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on est dans un pays libre grâce à ce qui s'est fait en 1944, mais aujourd'hui, on est plus là pour faire un symbole dans le ciel.
Personnellement, c'était très émouvant. Moi, franchement, je ne vais pas le cacher, j'avais un petit peu la larme à l'œil dans l'avion. Comme je le dis toujours, sentir ces odeurs, entendre ces bruits, me rapproche un peu plus de ces souvenirs de combattants, de vétérans qui m'ont raconté de leur propre bouche ce qu'ils ont vécu. Et j'ai le sentiment de leur rendre hommage en faisant ça.
For me, it's very moving when I get on the ground. When we jump, we're obviously in the moment doing the things that we have to do to make sure that we're safe and that where we land is correct. But when I get on the ground, it's when it hits me that literally where I'm standing almost 80 years ago, a 22, 23, 24-year-old young man was giving it his all to accomplish his mission.
Thank you very much for joining us on Paris Direct with me, Delano de Souza. The headlines this hour. 80 years after the Normandy landings, Europe pauses to remember. A Franco-American ceremony is due to get underway in Colleville-sur-Mer. Spain joins South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. The latest development comes after an Israeli strike targeted an UNRWA school in Gaza. And EU elections get underway with most of the bloc due to vote this weekend. We bring you reports on what's topping voters' minds as they get ready to head to the polls. World War II veterans are joining world leaders to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. On the 6th of June 1944, Allied forces descended on the beaches of Normandy. The invasion ushered in the end of the Nazi occupation of this country. Commemorations have been underway all this week, and shortly a ceremony will be held at the American cemetery in Colleville-sur-Mer. It's where the graves of close to 9,400 U.S. soldiers who lost their lives during D-Day were laid to rest. French President Emmanuel Macron will be speaking and then awarding France's highest civilian honor to 11 American veterans who fought in the name of freedom. We are also going to hear from the U.S. President Joe Biden, as you could see there on your screens. We can now bring in Robert Frank, Professor of History at the Sorbonne University. Good to have you with us here on France 24. How important are these kinds of commemorations? We've seen commemorations yesterday in Portsmouth. Now we have the British ceremony that's wrapping up, and then we're going to have the Franco-American ceremony. So lots of pomp around, this remembering.
Yes. It's very important, this remembering. And you have to know that it was not the case since 1945. From 1945 until 1954, the commemorations were quite local. Sometimes a minister coming from Paris. It's only in 1954, 10th anniversary, that you had the President of the Republic, René Coty, then. And 1964, 10 years later, de Gaulle did not want to come to the D-Day because he had many bad souvenirs of the D-Day, many bad souvenirs of his relations with Roosevelt and Churchill, who didn't tell him, they only told him the 4th of June, 2 days before, and he was furious because the Americans wanted to have occupation money, and he was in row with Churchill, and he was complaining with Churchill, and Churchill said, if I have to choose between Roosevelt and de Gaulle, I'll always choose Roosevelt. They have to choose between Europe and the open sea. I will always choose the open sea. And The Guardian, just a few days ago, delivered a letter which was not sent by Churchill, who wanted to dismiss de Gaulle. He wanted to say, well, planes are waiting for you. If the weather permits, you go, because you tried since 4 years to have... He didn't send the letter because de Gaulle finally accepted to speak to the radio and finally sent a few instructors. It's only in 1984 that you have a big ceremony with François Mitterrand, and since 84 you have every 10 years a very big ceremony. The idea is to understand the young people how young people
lost their lives
at 20 years old, and many lives. So the souvenir. It's also, and of course, particularly this year with the Ukrainian war, the idea that it's democracies which were fighting then on the beaches of Normandy, and that democracies have to keep links, quite strong links against the aggression of Putin and Ukraine.
I want to talk about the American role, because up until this point, America was quite isolationist 80 years ago, and then of course we saw their involvement back helping liberate Europe, and then we have the ceremony where we have the US President Joe Biden, who's going to demonstrate essentially to America's allies that we have your back.
Yes, that isolationism was not always a very good idea for America. You had some isolationists before the First World War, and finally Americans came in 1917. You had a sort of isolationism in the 20s, but it changed in the 30s, and the Americans were there again to fight, to defend democracy. And the context, the American context now, you have also quite a temptation for isolationism, and that's why Biden, he wants to show how important is America. You know, the paradox is that the D-Day, it was not the American soldier the more numerous, 40,000 on 130th. 80,000 British, 14,000 Canadians. So you don't have to forget, of course, the British and the Canadians. But, of course, for America, it's very important because in the days coming afterwards, of course, the Americans will be very, very numerous in the Battle of Normandy.
Indeed. We're going to come back to you, Professor. Stay with us. We can now go across to France 24's James Andre standing by in Normandy. James, where are you, and what's happening where you are?
Well, look, I'm at the Colleville American Military Cemetery here, which is right off Omaha Beach, known as Bloody Omaha. This is where 3,000 soldiers lost their lives on D-Day, on the very first day of fighting, because indeed, well, the bombardments didn't work out. The artillery was not very efficient at taking out German defenses. And indeed, when these young soldiers set foot on this beach, well, basically, the first waves were really torn apart by a storm of bullets and lead. So this is obviously a very important place, and you can see behind me the more than 9,388 graves that are in this cemetery, which are as many young American men that gave their lives to indeed liberate France and Western Europe. But what we're witnessing here right now, what's happening at the beginning, and the ceremony has yet to officially start. We're still waiting for Joe Biden, the US president, who will be speaking later on. But right now what's happening is that the roughly 180 veterans, World War II veterans, survivors of what happened here, who are still alive, they're all in their late 90s, early hundreds, are being walked or rolled, because many of them are in wheelchairs, on stage here at this, incredible venue. It has to be said, it's very impressive when you actually see it. in the flesh. So there's a podium where Joe Biden and other speakers will indeed address the 12,000 people assembled here. But you see these men arriving, waving to the crowd. You have the crowd clapping, cheering. You'll hear, as we heard just a minute ago with my colleague Tarek, a group of people starting to yell because it's their great-grandfather or grandfather who is arriving on stage and waving to them. So it's very emotional, and it's very impressive to just see these men who literally fought here, and of course in the context we have today, it is something very, very strong to witness. You can probably hear people behind me shouting as one of these veterans arrives.
James, I wanted to ask you, because of course this event is being broadcast on news channels across France, across Europe and the United States. So I wonder if members of the public, have they just come there to see what is going on, to remember?
Well, most of the people I've spoken to, because I've, randomly interrogated the people who were walking along here, because in fact this is one of the main access routes to the main venue. It's just that you can see behind me. Most of them were actually American, and most of them had actually come from the United States. I spoke to people who've traveled from Utah, traveled from Texas, traveled from Virginia, traveled from Washington, D.C., basically all over the United States. And a lot of them were telling me that, either they have relatives, for example, I had a group of 3 women, middle-aged women, 3 sisters, telling me that their father had fought here and survived. And they said that their objective was, they had a double objective. One was to be here for the ceremony, and the other one was to find a place where he had been especially heroic in conquering a mound, if you like, of where there was a German defense. And they actually found this spot, and they said it was extremely emotional because their father actually told these stories over and over again, and they all knew these stories. So for them it was very important to actually see what he was talking about. So his first trip, and obviously these 3 women were very emotional about it. I saw another man who told me that his father also were in the first waves of those who set foot on Utah Beach, which is right next to Omaha Beach. Well, he told me that his father had kind of been traumatized and would never talk about it. But for him, it was important to realize the scale of what had happened. And this cemetery is a very good place to witness this. I mean, it's a place I've visited it already without a ceremony. I mean, you realize it's extremely calm, extremely peaceful. There's an incredible view on Omaha Beach. So you can really, it's a fantastic place, and this is obviously what it was designed to do, to take in and to realize the sacrifice that was made by all these young men. And when you look at these tombstones behind me, something which is quite shocking is the ages. You'll have the date of birth and date of death, and well, more often than not, you have around 20 years separating those 2 dates. So it does give you a very stark reminder of what happened here. And so, yeah, mostly Americans, some with relatives, some without. One man was just telling us, yeah, I'm here. I wanted to be here because I wanted to, celebrate and remember, the sacrifice of those who liberated. It was interesting. He said he liberated France, liberated Western Europe, and may I say, liberated Germany as well, in a sense, which is an interesting thought, of course. And then another lady, her name was Laurie, saying, you've got to remember, and today's generations need to remember that freedom is not free, because she feels that not enough is told in American schools about what happened here.
Okay, interesting point. We'll be coming back to check in with you, James, once that Franco-American ceremony gets underway at the American Cemetery in Colleville-sur-Mer. Now, 73,000 American troops were used in the Normandy landings, most of whom were part of the invasion force at Omaha Beach. But as this next report shows you, they soon ran into trouble.
80 years after they first landed in Normandy, just under 200 American veterans are back on the soil they helped liberate from the Nazis. Most of them are around 100 years old.
Oh, it's mixed emotions. Yes, but I'm glad I survived it, and I'm glad we won the war. It was a period in which I felt that mankind had lost its way.
Jake Larson was just 21 when he landed at Omaha Beach on the 6th of June 1944. Now he's one of the last survivors of that fateful day.
I am the luckiest man in the world.
Codenamed Omaha, the 6-mile stretch of beach with its high cliffs was the longest, most heavily defended and bloodiest of the Normandy D-Day landings. Taking Omaha was the responsibility of the US 29th and 1st Infantry Divisions. Little did they know as they approached the beach on their landing craft that an early morning aerial assault had missed its targets and the German defences were all but intact. At around 6:30 a.m, the American soldiers began wading ashore, while German gunners poured deadly fire into their ranks. Rough seas also put them off course and made it near but impossible for the amphibious tanks to make land. It resulted in an estimated 3,600 American casualties, including 770 killed. By nightfall, though, 34,000 troops had successfully landed on Omaha and were eventually able to link up with the Allied troops at next-door Utah and Gold Beaches, becoming part of the largest seaborne invasion in history.
I'd like to bring in Robert Frank, a professor of history at the Sorbonne University once again. We often talk about the number of veterans that lost their lives, army men, of course, but a lot of civilians also died during the Normandy landings. Talk us through some of that.
Yes, two things. If you take the whole Battle of Normandy, many deaths, of course, but I mean, if you take the measure of the huge battle for weeks and weeks, it's maybe not so many. But the 6th June, yes, it was very numerous. It was the first lines, sometimes 90% were dead, so that was very numerous. Now, civilians, of course. The French civilians, of course, they suffered because the days before, the weeks before, the months before, much bombing, Rouen, Caen. You have 20,000 French people who died under the bombing. France is the second most bombed country in Europe during the war, behind, of course, Germany. So, of course, you have many, and the families now remember that. Sometimes have a quite ambivalent feeling. Of course, they share the emotion of the liberation, etc. Even generations afterwards, but they remember that many of the people were killed by the bombs. So they say, of course, it's
bittersweet.
It's really very sad, but of course it was maybe necessary to have the freedom. Something else also, many resistance also are purchased. If you take the French, it's only 177 French with the Commando Kiefer on the beaches. So that's when you compare with the 14,000 Canadians, 130,000, it's nothing. But the résistance intérieure, I mean, was very important in the weeks and the months before because they could cut the transmissions, they could explode the trains, explode the bridges, etc., etc. So the Germans were it was quite difficult for them to lead the troops. Eisenhower said, well, maybe the French resistance, it's about 30 divisions. So France was more important for the 6th of June, more important for the résistance intérieure than, of course, for the 177 people of the Commando Kiefer. Even, of course, if these people are heroes, just like the other soldiers of the other nations.
I'll be getting more details into exactly what went into the planning of D-Day. Stay with us, but we're going to bring you some other news now. And the UN's Agency for Palestinian Refugees says between 35 and 45 people were killed after an Israeli strike on one of its schools in Gaza. Now, according to the IDF, between 20 to 30 fighters were inside the facility, and it was unaware of any civilian casualties. Displaced residents were living inside the school, and survivors, they say, it was difficult to pull survivors out alive as the Israeli strike hit at pre-dawn.
In the dead of night in Nuseirat, an Israeli rocket killed dozens of Palestinians at this UNRWA-run school, now housing displaced Gazans.
We were sleeping when we suddenly saw a rocket falling on us. On the second floor, people were killed, and on the first floor, people were injured. That's all we saw.
Survivors scrambled to save the wounded, but the bodies piled high at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, where families gathered to grieve their loved ones on Thursday morning. Galia Mansour's son was among the victims.
My son called us at 2:30 in the morning to say that my other son, Ahmed, had been killed. They hit them with a missile in the classroom, in the school. We came here. We haven't slept. He's the youngest one of my sons, and my dearest.
UNRWA schools across the Strip have widely been used as shelters for the displaced in Gaza since the outbreak of the war, and this is not the first time Israel has targeted them. The Israeli military has said this was a precise attack, targeting between 20 and 30 Hamas militants, allegedly operating within the school, also claiming to have taken steps to protect civilians.
Spain has become the first European country to join South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. The announcement was made by the country's foreign minister earlier on today. Chile and Mexico have also signed up to join the case. Vladimir Putin is reaffirming Moscow's readiness to use nuclear weapons if there's a threat to its sovereignty. The Russian president adding that Russia could provide long-range weapons to other countries to strike Western targets. Now, his statement, of course, comes after some NATO allies began allowing Ukraine to use their arms to strike inside Russia.
For some reason, they believe in the West, that Russia will never use it. We have our nuclear doctrine. Look at what is written there. If somebody's action threatens our sovereignty and territorial integrity, we consider it possible to use all means at our disposal.
370 million voters across the European Union will be voting in parliamentary elections. This Thursday, polls opened in the Netherlands, a few days after Estonia. Most other countries in the EU will be voting on Sunday. This time around, the vote is taking place at a time of deep geopolitical uncertainty for the bloc, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine underway. Now, one of the main issues on voters' minds is the high cost of living. In Ireland, many teachers and young doctors are emigrating. Many are heading to Australia for a better lifestyle, leaving Ireland with a shortage of doctors. Leo McGuinn reports.
Kate is a young doctor working in the town of Tullamore. She's just one of hundreds in the profession that will emigrate from Ireland to Australia this year. According to Kate, the working conditions in her home country are much worse than down under.
It's longer working hours. I wouldn't say the pay is necessarily bad. It's just in Australia you'll get the same pay for doing less work. All of my friends are going, so I'd have maybe 15, 20 close friends going. For my graduating class, there's maybe 40 or 50, maybe more going.
The number of young medics emigrating to Australia from Ireland is on the rise. According to one survey, 73% of medical graduates were considering emigrating when they qualified.
So this year, 535 Irish doctors emigrated to Australia, or got visas to work in Australia. And that's quite a significant number relative to the number that Ireland trains. Ireland trains about 750 doctors each year.
The shortage of doctors has meant that 3/4 of GP practices in Ireland have closed their lists to new patients. The cost of living is another driving factor behind the mass exodus. Prices of goods and services in Ireland are 46% above the EU average, and it's not just medical professionals who are quitting Irish shores. Teachers are also leaving in their droves, with 3,000 posts currently vacant. There is estimated to be around 27,000 Irish people currently in Australia, with over 20,000 of that number under the age of 30.
World leaders have been congratulating Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his historic third term, but unlike his first 10 years in office, this time around Modi has his wings clipped, with the BJP now forced to govern in a coalition. Kami Knight has more on the reactions to the election outcome not many saw coming.
The election result isn't what Prime Minister Narendra Modi was hoping for. He is set to retain power, but his BJP party has lost its outright parliamentary majority for the first time in a decade.
It seems like Modi got a bit of a shock. We think his party workers were a bit too confident, and that's why they lost so many seats.
जिसकी वजह से कुछ बहुत सारी सीटें जो है कम हो गई।
The issues the opposition Congress Party and its alliance raised, such as unemployment, the economy, and the divisive politics being pursued by the BJP government, were absolutely clear during the election campaign. The Indians understood it very well, and that's why they gave seats to the opposition.
Having lost 63 seats since the last election, Modi has lost his badge of invincibility. On Wednesday, he agreed to form a government with coalition allies in a bid to make up for the 30 seats he's missing. The main opposition Congress Party, meanwhile, doubled its 2019 tally, a key sign of Modi's eroding popularity.
It really comes down to, I think, two factors. There's the economic side and there's the political side. You know, the party's Hindutva or Hindu nationalist ideology didn't resonate throughout the country. And then on the economic side, I think the party's messaging on the economy, this narrative, you know, that India is the world's fastest growing major economy, that didn't really resonate in a country where you have high levels of youth unemployment, high levels of inequality, inflationary pressures.
There's instability ahead for Indian politics, but the split result also means the world's largest democracy is intact. In the longer term, Modi's weakened position will likely have an impact on the party's succession plans, and the question of a post-Modi era may become part of the agenda.
To Argentina next, where local soup kitchens are in crisis. Food shortages and high inflation rates have resulted in more people needing handouts, but many food distribution shelters have been forced to close.
For 25 years, Father Toto has been doing social work in Shantytown 21, located in the south of Buenos Aires. But since Javier Milei became president, the 8 soup kitchens he runs have been cut off of food assistance from the government. Just like the other thousands of soup kitchens in the country, they now only run thanks to private donations and volunteers. Every day, they have to keep working with a little bit less.
Recently, I had to split a packet of pasta in half in order to share it between 2 soup kitchens. It had never happened before, not even during the worst crisis. We literally have to scrape the bottom of the barrel.
But demand for food keeps on growing. Inflation, now an interannual rate of 289%, has destroyed the purchasing power of Argentinians, which had already been battered by many years of crisis. Those who could keep their head above water, like Miguel, are now drowning. These past 3 months, he has been forced to come here to get his food.
All the prices have gone up so much, I can't make ends meet anymore, so that way at least I save a little bit of money. I would like not to have to come, but I have no choice. What else can I do?
Without food to hand out, dozens of soup kitchens have already had to shut down. These women contributed their own money to buy the food for this activist distribution center.
This is our own way of protesting and saying to the government to give back the food.
But in almost 6 months of this new far-right administration, no answer has been given.
It's inhumane to gamble like this with the hunger of the people.
An Argentinian court has recently forced the government to distribute 6,000 tons of food stored by the former administration, an amount insufficient compared to the magnitude of the food crisis in the country.
Now, going back to our top story, of course, World War II veterans are joining world leaders to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. On the 6th of June 1944, Allied forces descended on the beaches of Normandy. The invasion ushered in the end of the Nazi occupation of France and then later on Europe. Commemorations have been underway all this week. And shortly, a ceremony will be held at the American cemetery in Colleville-sur-Mer. It's where the graves of close to 9,400 US soldiers who lost their lives during D-Day were laid to rest. French President Emmanuel Macron will be speaking and then awarding France's highest civilian honor to 11 American veterans who fought in the name of freedom. We're also expecting to hear from the US President Joe Biden. Joining me on set is Robert Frank, Professor of History at the Sorbonne University, as well as our International Affairs Editor, Ketevan Gorjestani. Mr. Frank, let me start with you. Talk us through how bloody D-Day really was.
D-Day was bloody. It was bloody because the first waves of people were shot by the German guns, even if the Germans did not expect invasion in Normandy, even thanks to the Fortitude operation, which was a fake operation. The Germans thought it would be in the north of France, Nord-Pas-de-Calais. You had German guns, German artillery, and the first wave, it was very bloody.
How challenging was it to keep an operation of this scale so secret?
Oh, it had to be very secret, because you have to understand one thing. It's not easy. In the end, you have 2 million soldiers, Allied soldiers in Normandy. In the end. But the first day, only 130,000 or 150,000 if you.
But that's still a lot, even by today's numbers.
So it's quite difficult. And of course, they had the experience of the Dieppe attempt of landing in 1942 in August, which was a complete failure, because they wanted to invade a port, Dieppe. The Allies understood, no town, only beaches. It would be difficult, but maybe not so difficult as a town. So they chose the Normandy beaches. But even that, of course, it was difficult. As I said, if you take the whole Battle of Normandy, you had many dead, but if you realize how important was the battle, not so many more dead in Russia and Ukraine in the same in June, July, August 44, much more than on the West. But if you take the short days, the D-Day and the 7th, that was very bloody. It was really critical, and it could fail. It could fail. We know the end of the story. But the people, not only they were wounded, not only they were maybe dying, but they didn't know if it was a future victory or a defeat.
Ketevan, let me bring you in, because the Americans have informed you that they're running behind schedule by a few minutes. Talk us through this actual the ceremony today. It's taking place at the American cemetery. The territory itself isn't French.
Yes, the French actually dedicated that land, the 172 acres of land, to the Americans. So the French still have property over the land, but they dedicated it to the Americans in 1956. There were already some people buried there, and they made that pretty much official, and that's when it became known as the U.S. cemetery at Colleville-sur-Mer. And that is why this is presented as the President of the United States, Joe Biden, welcoming the President of France. So it is a U.S. ceremony, and it was Jimmy Carter who was actually the first U.S. president to actually visit this U.S. cemetery at Colleville. And it has to be said, and you mentioned it, nearly 9,388 to be precise, graves of soldiers. It's actually 9,387, and then there was one other soldier that was buried there just about 10 years ago. There are some famous people, if you were, who are buried in that cemetery, including, of course, Theodore Roosevelt Jr., the son of President Roosevelt. He is buried there, as well as the Nyland brothers. Now, that name may not sound familiar to most of our viewers. Preston and Robert Nyland. They're actually the brothers that inspired the story behind the Steven Spielberg movie, Saving Private Ryan. That whole story was based around these two brothers, but they're not the only brothers. There are about 45 sets of brothers that are buried at that cemetery together. So it is a very symbolic place for American president. And since Jimmy Carter, this has really become a sort of tradition for American presidents when there are these big celebrations, whether it's the 70th, 75th, 80th, they always make a point to have that ceremony at the U.S. cemetery.
And Ketevan, we're going to have the U.S. President Joe Biden, who will be speaking today. He's due to make a big speech tomorrow. His goal really will be to reassure America's allies that America is not going away, but it's a little tough to do when there's an election around the corner, and the presumptive Republican nominee, Donald Trump, well, we don't know what way he stands on many issues.
Absolutely. This day, of course, is a day of commemorations of what happened in the past, but the present is obviously looming very large. The present of the war in Europe and the present of that U.S. presidential campaign that is really gearing up towards its final stretch. We're 5 months away from the election, and part of what Joe Biden will be doing, even though he's going to be paying tribute to the soldier who gave their lives to fight for freedom, he's going to put that in perspective with what is happening today. And it really fits the message that he's been repeating ever since he was elected to the White House. He has been talking about this battle between democracies and autocracies, this fight for freedom, the fact that the world is at an inflection point, and there is no better stage than Normandy for that message to be heard. And of course, that speech that he's going to be given tomorrow is at the Pointe du Hoc. And 40 years ago, it was Ronald Reagan who gave a speech at that same exact place, talking about exactly the same topics. At the time, it was the battle versus the Soviet Union. This time, it is a battle in a way against Russia, facing the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but also the battle for those around the world that are wanting to break those transatlantic ties. All of the things that those soldiers, he is likely to say, fought for, and many of them sacrificed for. And there was a line also that by Emmanuel Macron yesterday during some of the ceremonies, talking about the fact that many of these people made the ultimate sacrifice for us today to have the freedom that we have.
It's definitely interesting because, as you mentioned, we do have a war taking place right now. We shouldn't forget Russia's invasion of Ukraine underway. We're going to have Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky, who is going to be at some of these D-Day commemorations, and that is going to be something that leaders are going to try and do without, of course, explicitly saying it. Back then, 80 years ago, they were fighting against Nazi Germany, and now it's a different fight underway.
That's the goal of a commemoration. A commemoration must use emotions of the past to explain the present, and why not to provide the future. And that's why Ukraine is very, very important in the actuality, etc. What does it mean? See all these young people who are dead. You have a magnificent statue at Colleville. The spirit of the American youth rising from the waves. So it's a song to the young people. So young people then, now they're 100 years old, they did not die for nothing. That means that if they did not die for nothing, that means that democracy is still fragile, that the democratic order is still fragile because of the invasion of Ukraine, etc. So you have to make the link between the past, the glorious past, which moves, which is emotional, and of course to put some emotion in the managing of the future, because maybe in the future, well, we have to defend ourselves and have to prepare to that.
Interesting you said that thing about emotion. I'd like to go across to France 24's James Andre, who is standing by over in Normandy. James, talk us through about the emotions that people are feeling as the world, pauses to remember the sacrifices of so many servicemen 80 years ago.
Yes, well, what we see here at this exceptional venue, I mean, this cemetery in itself is a very impressive place. You've got to realize it's got the 9,388 tombstones of these young soldiers that set foot here in Normandy 80 years ago on the beach, which is just behind the cemetery. I mean, just off the cliff from the cemetery, you have Omaha Beach, Bloody Omaha, as it was nicknamed, simply because it was there that the Americans faced the strongest resistance by the Germans. 3,000 young soldiers died there 80 years ago to the day out of the 34,000 that set foot on that beach that day, and indeed for this incredible operation. But yes, I've been speaking to a lot of people here. Now, first to tell you what's going on right now, the veterans, the World War II veterans, the men and women who actually fought here 80 years ago are being rolled on stage or walked on stage. Just behind me over there, you can see this. There's been a very large stage that have been prepared for these veterans, and obviously Joe Biden's speech that is to come later on. Joe Biden hasn't quite arrived yet, but these men are arriving. They're being cheered. They're being applauded by this very large audience. 12,000 people are expected in attendance. 4,000 of them are officials that have been invited directly, and then 8,000 members of the general public could get tickets. Basically, the gauge was 12,000 people, and within 48 hours, all these tickets were taken. They were not sold because they were free, but they were taken by members of the public. And most of the people I've been speaking to here since I've arrived to this cemetery are basically American people who've traveled across the Atlantic to be here today. With people taking photographs with the tombstones. For some of them are family members. We're speaking to many people, you know, the team. For example, 3 sisters who came to pay tribute to their father who fought here, father who fought and survived and eventually got back to the United States, told his story over and over again. Eventually did die of old age, but these 3 sisters were telling us that for them it was absolutely crucial to be here today. Another woman who explained that her uncle was also fighting here, that she decided to come representing her whole family. Now, she really stressed the fact that for her this 80th anniversary was extremely important because she said, you know, it is in a sense the last one. There are still veterans. They are aged between 95 and 105 at this stage. And of course, well, there are less and less veterans who are still there to tell their story. And for her, transmitting this memory to future generations is absolutely crucial. And she believes not enough is done in schools at this stage in the United States. So she says, yes, it's lovely to see how dedicated the public is here in France. And just so you know, as we were driving through Normandy, going through villages, I mean, you realize that you have events everywhere. For example, in Sainte-Mère-l'Église, which is a very well-known village here, where people used parachutes and dropped into this city. Well, there is, for example, an American camp that has been recreated with period vehicles, everybody wearing American uniforms dating back to World War II, all dressed up, etc., reenacting scenes. I also spoke to a young American soldier who said that with his unit, well, they went to the beach, Omaha Beach at 6:30 a couple of days ago, and they reenacted for themselves, what it was like to arrive in the waves, and they pulled each other out of the sea. Just exactly what happened back in the day, or at least obviously without the enemy fire. But in any case, to try and, relive this moment. And this is what a lot of people are trying to do here today.
And James, yesterday, of course, you covered a ceremony that took place in the town of Saint-Lô. What was that about?
Well, Saint-Lô, this is an interesting ceremony you were talking about because it was the first time Emmanuel Macron was there. It was the first time that a French president actually went to Saint-Lô and held a ceremony dedicated specifically to the civilians who had been killed in the bombardments that came with D-Day. Because before D-Day and during D-Day, if you like, Saint-Lô was bombed in the night between the 6th and the 7th of June. Many cities and villages across Normandy were completely destroyed. And yesterday, we spoke to civilians, some of whom had actually lived this moment. One man was telling me that he was 6 years old at the time, was 86 this year. He said that he could vividly remember going down to the basement, seeing all the adults around him praying, and then eventually coming out of this basement, wondering if it was not too early, and discovering a city that was completely leveled. I mean, Saint-Lô was destroyed at 90%. But for a very long time, this was not really commemorated, simply because what's happening here was being commemorating the heroism of these soldiers that liberated Normandy and the country, but less the plight of the civilian population that was in fact being bombed by the allies that had come to liberate it. And that, of course, is very difficult to weave into a national narrative for rebuilding France and Europe after what was one of the worst wars in the history of humanity. So for a very long time this was not really talked about or not really put forward, but Emmanuel Macron said it in his own speech. He said it's the uneasy memory of people being bombed by their own friends, and that is something that now needs to be in the light and needs to be talked about and documented so that we can remember.
Indeed, because there was indeed a lot of collateral damage that no one really talks about. We'll be checking in with you, James, throughout the next couple of hours. Now, as James mentioned, this is set to be the last major anniversary with living veterans in attendance. One of the American soldiers who arrived on Omaha Beach was Jake Larson. Take a look.
In the backyard of his California home, Jake Larson loves hoisting the flags of the two countries he fought so hard to protect 80 years ago. This is one of the heroes of the Second World War who landed on the Normandy beaches in 1944. He has an emotional attachment to both the United States and France.
I'm getting tears in my eyes because I love them both. It is part of my life, and the bigger part of my life. If we wouldn't have kicked Hitler's ass out of France, we'd have been talking German here.
Jake signed up to the US National Guard at just 15 years old, before ending up in the infantry. On the morning of the 6th of June 1944, he and his comrades landed on Omaha Beach.
We got off in water that was up to my chin, and we were warned that the beach was mined. It's crazy. And I had two MG-42 machine guns shooting at me from different angles above.
Once on the beach, Jake hid himself behind a small rock, where he suddenly felt the need for a cigarette.
At that time, everybody smoked, so I sensed a soldier to my left. And I said, "Hey, buddy, have you got a match?" I got no answer. So I looked, and there was a soldier there, all right, and there was no head under the helmet. It's like that soldier's soul was talking to me and telling me, "Get up right now and run."
The 101-year-old veteran has made sure to keep his memories of the Normandy landings alive, passing them on to his children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
Papa, how do you feel about going back to Normandy?
With the rise of modern technology and with the help of his family, Jake started to share his story across social media.
Papa Jake here.
Papa Jake, as he is known, now has over 800,000 followers and over 8.5 million likes on TikTok.
It's really cool because we get the chance to show everyone. It's like I've grown up with him my whole life.
Papa Jake's biggest fans are here in France.
My French family.
He met these children 2 years ago at the Normandy landings commemorations. In a few days, Jake will be back on Omaha Beach to honour his comrades who fell in battle, who he calls the true heroes of the landings.
Now, Jake Larson is, in fact, in Normandy for these commemorations. I would like to bring in Robert Franken once again. You saw there from that report, Jake Larson remembers everything like it was yesterday. Isn't it amazing that at 101 years old, he's able to remember what happened?
It's fantastic, completely fantastic. But as he said, it's his life there. It's his life that he saved. It wasn't the case of other soldiers. Yeah. And he realized how important this battle was, how important were the deaths. That's why he says the real heroes are the dead. Are the dead. I'm lucky. I'm lucky. And you see that with many veterans, even of the First World War. Many veterans of the First World War say the same thing. I'm not a hero. I made my duty. The important people is the dead people. You have to realize it's quite traumatizing to see a beheaded soldier who spoke to you a few seconds before, and you want a cigarette from him, and he is not able to respond. It stays in your head a whole life. But he's victorious. That is, I think, important. That's why you have this mix between tragedy and of course the hope of victory.
I want to ask you, because you saw that in that report, Jake Larson's grandchildren are using social media, things like TikTok, for him to tell his story. How important is it that social media is used so that these soldiers, some of whom are, as Jake is 101 years old, he's not going to be around for much longer, unfortunately, that these stories are told on things like social media, so it's more accessible to the new generation.
I would say there's two things. First, the soldiers, the veterans, of course, they always spoke of what happened. But I mean, maybe they wanted to transmit, of course. But I mean, they knew that the children knew about it. When you have grandchildren, and after grandchildren, you say, well, maybe they don't know. I have to speak. I have to transmit. So the transmission doesn't come in the 40s or the 50s, but beginning in the 60s, 70s, of course, 80s, 90s, and nowadays. And as you say, of course, with the new medias, it's much easier, and you can touch them much
on your phone.
Easier, of course, with TikTok, because you see children they have to know how to use it better than me. It's very easy for them, and that is a real media for a real transmission. And the images are quite moving, because they want to know. These teenagers or children, they want to know, and they're quite happy to have the story.
Ketevan, I'd like to bring you in, because we had James Andre, of course, who's been speaking to the children of American vets, and they're saying that in the U.S., obviously, a lot needs to be done. You and I did university in the U.S., so of course we covered the Second World War. But like on television screens right now in the U.S., are the Normandy landings being commemorated? Is that being shown?
It's absolutely being shown, and I think these commemorations partly are also a way to transmit, to talk about something that is very far away for a lot of people, because yes, you have those who are direct family members from the men who fought during D-Day and during that war, but increasingly it will become something that is indirect through social media. Yes, you can keep that alive. You can show it on TV. You can do these big TV specials like we do to talk about it. But it's different than actually growing up in a family that was involved directly. And I think from my experience, at least living in the United States, working in the United States, you see that, for example, people of my generation, I'm 40 years old, people who are in their 30s, early 40s, their parents and their upbringing in the U.S. was much more covered by the Vietnam War than it was by the World War II. And you see that really in the fact that these are their parents who fought in the Vietnam War. For many of them, it's grandparents or great-grandparents who fought in World War II. And so slowly this direct transmission is being lost in a way. And so I think the idea of these commemorations is, of course, to pay tribute, but also to keep that memory alive as those men slowly leave this earth and are probably not going to be here for the next main celebration in 5 years.
Interesting point you brought up, because of course the Vietnam War, we all know how that ended. Now the last commemoration, that big commemoration which we had, was of course the 75th anniversary of the D-Day landings, when the former US President Donald Trump was present. He also did things on the world stage, these commemorations, but markedly different, of course.
It was very different, but it has to be said that in 2019, for the 75th anniversary, everyone was sort of wondering what the tone of the speech was going to be, because a lot of these leaders talk about World War II and the D-Day landings as the pinnacle, the symbol of transatlantic alliance and the fact of countries coming together to fight evil. And he was, at the time and still is today, his policy is more America first, not necessarily always coming at the rescue of the Europeans. We heard his comments about NATO, his comments about Ukraine. And at that time, during that speech, he did, in a way, tone down this America First message. He focused more on the heroism of the American soldiers and sort of tried to play nice for that celebration, because these commemorations are very important. And so he sort of looked more towards the soldiers, the Americans who sacrificed their lives, rather than using this as a messaging tool for his policies. So in a sense, it was what was expected of an American president and not so much what was expected of Donald Trump at the time. But it is something that is very important for the American presidents who come here.
That's the weight of history. History has much more weight than a U.S. president. So the U.S. president has to be careful with history. He did not have the choice.
Speaking of U.S. presidents, I don't know if you saw on your screen, I assume that is Marine One that is landing right now, carrying the U.S. President Joe Biden, accompanied by the First Lady. Do we know who else is in the delegation with him?
He is joined by some of his main advisors and members of the cabinet.
The Secretary of State is with him.
The Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is expected to be there. I believe Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, is also there, and of course a very large team of advisors, because this is, yes, about commemorations, but it is also a very important political day, given the number of world leaders who are there, including Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and it is expected, I believe, that Joe Biden will be meeting later on today with Vladimir Zelensky on the sidelines, and the White House telling reporters that he is also likely going to have some informal exchanges with some of the other leaders who are going to be there. Of course, Vladimir Zelensky then having an official visit here in Paris with President Emmanuel Macron. So there are two sides to this day. There is the commemoration, and of course, it is a sort of international conference, if you will, ahead of, for example, the G7 or the G20.
And we also have, don't forget, in under 2 weeks' time, we're going to have that Ukrainian Peace Summit, which is due to take place in Switzerland. Vladimir Zelensky, of course, wanted Joe Biden to attend, but I think the U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris will be attending. And of course, Ketevan, we have a busy few days for U.S. President Joe Biden here in France, as you mentioned. Tomorrow he'll be giving that speech. Where is he giving it? On freedom on freedom and democracy. And then on Saturday he kicks off a state visit to France.
Exactly. That will be really the culmination of these few days. He's going to be meeting with President Macron. They're going to start at the Arc de Triomphe. It's going to be a very solemn ceremony. Then they're going to parade down the Champs-Élysées, get to the Élysée Palace, where there will be, of course, the more political, bilateral segment of that state visit. They're expected to speak to the press at the end of their bilateral meeting. And of course, because this is a state visit, there will be the state dinner to cap off that night. But that is not the end of Joe Biden's schedule in France. On Sunday, he's going to go to the World War I U.S. cemetery, and that is also very symbolic when you think about the U.S. election campaign, because you have to remember that that is the cemetery that Donald Trump skipped a few years back when he was visiting France. The excuse at the time was that the weather was bad, but then there were reports that he had some very disparaging words for the soldiers who had fallen. Some of these reports confirmed by some of the people who were working with Donald Trump. And so it is also, it is a tradition for a U.S. president to go, but it is also yet another way for Joe Biden to show the difference between him and Donald Trump when it comes to how they remember and how they speak of veterans, of soldiers who gave their lives to protect the United States, but also the rest of Europe.
Stay with us, Ketevan, as we wait for that Franco-American ceremony to get underway in Colleville-sur-Mer. Now, the D-Day landings were a critical turning point in the Second World War when the Allies successfully stormed the Normandy beaches and began to push back the Germans. Here's France 24's Claire Pecala to talk us through how it all happened.
D-Day was the largest naval, air and land operation in the history of warfare. It kicked off Allied operations which would liberate Western Europe, defeat Nazi Germany and end the Second World War. In November 1943, at the Tehran Conference in Iran, Allied leaders Churchill, Roosevelt and Stalin decided to organize a vast operation to create a second front in Europe, this time in the West. Codenamed Operation Overlord, the aim was to weaken and eventually defeat Nazi Germany. On the continent, including in France, many people suffering under the Nazis were looking forward to a major Allied operation. The Soviets, too, were paying a heavy price fighting Hitler's troops in the East. A command team, led by the American General Eisenhower, was formed. Normandy was chosen for its long, wide beaches and 2 deep water ports, Le Havre and Cherbourg. It was also easily in range of fighter aircraft based in Great Britain. And German defences were weaker in Normandy than in the northeast of France. The Allies tried to create an element of surprise by making the Germans think the invasion would take place in the northeast of France or even in Norway. They invented ghost units, used double agents, and spread false information.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you.
During this time, the real D-Day was being planned in secrecy. On June 6, 1944, an armada of 6,939 vessels crossed the English Channel to Normandy. 11,590 aircraft were in the skies. Within hours, 156,000 Allied soldiers, the majority American, British and Canadian, as well as a handful of French troops, landed by sea and air between the eastern coast of the Cotentin Peninsula and Istria. The losses were significant, but fewer than feared. 10,000 Allied soldiers were killed or injured on D-Day. It had been expected that 25,000 could be lost. Some 3,000 French civilians were killed during the bombings. D-Day was a success. The Allies broke through Hitler's Atlantic wall of coastal fortifications and defences. But the road to liberation was still long. D-Day marked the start of the Battle of Normandy, which lasted for 3 months.
Now, as we wait for the Franco-American ceremony to get underway in Colleville-sur-Mer, I'd like to bring in Robert Frank once again. Talk us through the importance. Of course, today we see clear blue skies in Normandy, but that wasn't the case 80 years ago. In fact, D-Day was meant to be on the 5th of June, I believe, and it got pushed one day.
Exactly. The weather was not good at all.
How it usually is in Normandy.
And the 6th day it was a little better.
Because Normandy it's usually not so good. But
in many ways, many American soldiers in Omaha Beach died drowned. Because you have many waves, it was a high tide. The package was very.
That's what Jake Larson said. He got off and he had the water till his chin.
Yes, and many are just drowned.
Who never made it to the beach,
etc. So it was quite difficult. The weather was not so good, not like today, of course. But well, had to be made.
Yeah, and of course, Ketevan, we are waiting for the U.S. President Joe Biden. I believe that Marine One has landed. Joe Biden, of course, accompanied by the First Lady Jill Biden and the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. Joe Biden is due to make that all-important speech tomorrow in Normandy, one on freedom and democracy. What are some of the main points do you think he'll be making?
Well, the speech is going to be largely about, of course, the sacrifice of those soldiers on D-Day, but there is going to be looming large over that speech the same themes that are very close to the heart of Joe Biden, which are the fact that you have to keep fighting for this freedom, the fact that this freedom cannot be taken for granted, but also some more political messages that he's been talking about for several years now, which are the fight between democracies and autocracies. That is one of the main messages that were from his campaign back in 2020 and that are still center to his campaign right now. And so that theme is going to come out very strongly, I believe. And when they were previewing this speech, John Kirby, the communication advisor to the National Security Council, was talking about how this was important because the fight and what the Americans are doing, the leadership that they have along with their European allies, is something that is, of course, to beat back the aggressors of the day, but also be prepared to beat back the future aggressors, and of course looking back to how they beat back the aggressors of the past. He also talked about the fact that this was not an arrogant leadership that America had, but a leadership that was humble, that acknowledged the fact that they couldn't do this alone. America is strong, but America can't do that without its European allies. And these two themes are actually very symmetric to the speech that I was mentioning earlier, which was Ronald Reagan's speech 40 years ago. And some of those themes are really very similar. He talked about the fact that U.S. leadership needed its allies, and that allies needed the American guarantee of security, that this was a give and take sort of relationship and not just the Americans coming in to save the day. So I think there will be a lot of similarities between these two speeches, talking really about this fight for freedom, and obviously likely referencing what is happening currently in Europe when it comes to Ukraine and the Russian invasion.
Because typically during an American election, Ketevan, foreign policy, yes, it's an issue, but it's not really an issue that voters really think of when they go and cast their votes. But things are different this time around, of course, with the war in Ukraine underway and Donald Trump's stance over his support, or we don't know. He says he could end the conflict in one day. How he's going to do that, we don't know. So clearly American voters will be paying attention, no doubt.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right when you say that Americans don't vote according to foreign policy. Very few Americans have foreign policy as their priority when they...
You'd like to win.
Most Americans, if you look at the polls, it's not a priority. That doesn't mean that it's not important. And especially in an election like this, where you have two candidates who are very much in different positions and see the world very differently, and the role of America very differently, and the role of alliances very differently. It is an opportunity for Joe Biden to show these distinctions, to show the differences in foreign policy, to show their differences when it comes to how they treat allies, how they treat alliances. It is also great images for a political campaign. Standing there tomorrow at the Pointe du Hoc, the images are going to be absolutely beautiful, and all U.S. presidents use usually foreign trips, especially things like this that are very symbolic, or state visits as a way to campaign, if you will, and he is likely to use that very much. That said, it's a double-edged sword, because yes, this can be a very beautiful setting for a very important speech, but everybody will also be looking at a potential literal or not fumbles from Joe Biden, because there is, of course, that underlying criticism and concern about his age. And so if he stumbles physically or verbally, if he shows any weakness, that could also end up turning against him. But yes, this is a setting where he is going to be making a speech that is likely one of the main speeches of the end of this campaign.
As you were speaking, we were showing images of the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, I believe, who's also present. So clearly, these men will be meeting with Vladimir Zelensky on the eve of that Ukrainian peace summit, which will be taking place in Switzerland in under 2 weeks' time. Robert Frank, of course, this is one of the last main events, as we've been saying, that is going to have living veterans present. Clearly, commemorations from here on out are going to be different.
Yes, future commemorations will be different, but what's important, it's filmed. These films of the last testimonies of the last veterans surviving, they will be given in 10 years and 20 years, etc. You spoke of modern media. You have, of course, the social media, but you have also TV, etc., etc. Coming back to the weight of emotions, that I slightly disagree. Of course, polls are important, and they give a good idea. Of course, the American voters will not think about the 6th of June in a few months and beginning of November, but you don't have only the explicit issues when you vote. You have what is unconscious. What is important for Biden? it's to embody America, to embody a sort of American charism. And even if the voters forget why he has this charisma, he is building his charisma now. That means I am the past, the present, and the future of America. I don't know if it will work, of course. That's another story. But that's the difference he wants to make with Trump. So maybe the people will not remind all that, but they will maybe have some emotions, maybe seeing in Biden somebody who embodies all these emotions, that America was there to fight for freedom, and that freedom, as you said, is not automatic. It's quite fragile, and America has to be there again.
Okay, we're still waiting for the U.S. President Joe Biden to arrive. He's taken an awfully long time, but we do know that a helicopter has actually touched down. But while we wait for him, we will bring you a next report. Now, when we think of the U.S. Air Force, we naturally think of pilots, but mechanics and gunsmiths were crucial to the success of the Normandy landings. Our correspondents in the United States traveled to Louisiana to meet Samuel Meyer. He's one of the U.S. veterans who worked in the shadows. Meyer is now 99 years old, and while his military days are long behind him, some traces still remain. Take a look.
Now, what is this? A 370 fighter group. That's the group I was with. This is a picture of me. I was 20 years old, and this is the captain, always smiling. So this plane flew 110 missions. The German Air Force called them the fork-tailed devil. And they were very, very afraid of this airplane.
Samuel Meyer was an armorer in the 9th Air Force. His job to resupply P-38 aircraft with bombs and ammunition.
The airplane had 4 50 caliber machine guns and a 20 millimeter cannon. And when they fire all 5 together, it'll take the walls out. It just destroys whatever. And so I'm very proud of the small part that I played in the World War II.
After the war, he returned to New Orleans, where he took over the family hat shop, founded by his father in 1894. It was there that he met Marcel, a young French woman who had come to work in the United States and never left.
How long have you been married? 65 years.
How many?
65.
65?
Yes.
Really? My goodness.
Yes.
I can't believe it.
Although she's younger than Samuel, Marcel still has vivid memories of the occupation.
We were in Nice during the war, and we saw people being swept up and taken away because they were Jewish. We saved a Jewish family. One of them was at school with my sister, and she asked my father to take them in, and he agreed. My father was in the resistance, and so was my sister Josette. So they had to be careful, especially after 2 members of the resistance were hanged at Galerie Lafayette. So my father had to hide for quite a long time.
Marcel and Samuel Meyer are in Normandy on the 6th of June to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings and the shared history that links the United States and France.
We're still waiting for the U.S. President and French President Emmanuel Macron to arrive. Just a short while ago, to the left of your screens, we actually saw Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks, of course, from Saving Private Ryan, one of the most famous movies about what the Normandy landings. Ketevan was watching that with me. Ketevan, talk us through what we're going to see once this ceremony actually gets underway. We're running about 50 minutes behind schedule for now.
Well, it's going...
Please rise for the posting of the colors.
Okay, so we're going to take a listen. I think we have the U.S. President who has arrived. Let's take a listen to what is going on. Okay, a lot of the veterans, of course, are in wheelchairs. Some insist they're on standing up.
Rishi Sunak was saying, well, people who may get up.
Okay.
course, they could not.
Yeah, because
they're going to bring out now the flags, and I believe that they're going to be the two national anthems of France and the United States.
Because
to kick off the ceremony.
Yeah, because this is an event, Ketevan, where America is hosting France. Joe Biden will be welcoming the French President, Emmanuel Macron. Okay, we're still waiting. There you can see the Defense Secretary, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, as well as the last remaining veterans that are in attendance at this ceremony today. Just a short while ago, we played you report on one of the veterans, Papa Jake, who his name, which he uses on social media, because with the help of his grandchildren, he's able to tell his story of what he went through during the Normandy landings, and at 101 years old, he remembers a lot of his arrival on the beaches of Normandy. It's quite impressive, Ketevan. I mean, I can't remember things that happened last week sometimes. And he has this memory, and he knows why he did it, and it's amazing.
It's absolutely amazing, especially when you see many of them. It's not just him. There are still many of them who are so good at telling their stories. And it is true that we often say, especially us journalists, that Americans are very good at being on TV and storytelling. And I think this absolutely shows in these men who are in their late 90s, early hundreds, and they're still, you know, the energy of sharing their stories and passing on those memories before they're no longer here to pass them on.
Some countries have suffered.
I think this is the beginning of the ceremony that we're seeing now with all those veterans, those who can, who are standing, and I think they're playing a video about some of the commemorations, and then the main elements of the ceremony are going to be a speech by the French President, Emmanuel Macron, who is also going to decorate 11, I believe, of these veterans of the Légion d'honneur, the Legion of Honor, which is the highest order of merit in France, both civilian and military. So he's going to be decorating those 11 veterans. I believe the youngest one is 99 years old, and the oldest one is 104. And then there will be a speech by President Joe Biden, and it will end, I believe, with a flyover. So this is the video that they're showing now for all the guests at that ceremony.
Okay, we're also going to have Emmanuel Macron. I think he's going to be speaking after he gives those awards, those Légion d'honneur medals to those 11 veterans. We're still waiting for the official ceremony to get underway once those two world leaders arrive. And Robert Frank, I'd like to bring you in once again, because as we were talking earlier about how horrific these Normandy landings were, very bloody in some instances, that they sort of, those memories, they stay with you forever. You can't shake it.
It's difficult, I think, for the people who live that. Not for the soldiers, for the allies, but even when you interview many people of Normandy who lived that, could have the ambivalent feelings because of the bombing, but they remember how they welcomed also the Americans, the Canadians, the British, and they speak of it still now, because they had the idea that it was important. One thing you have to realize, it's that since the autumn 1943, people in continental Europe, and especially in France, are waiting. It's intolerable. Waiting, it's not coming, and when it comes, it's a fantastic emotion, in spite of the bombings, in spite of that, of course, for the mourning of the families.
But I want to talk.
We're seeing Joe Biden arriving with Emmanuel Macron and the two first ladies.
While we wait for the official ceremony to begin, because you were talking about how people were waiting and waiting for something to come, but also once those landings happened, we also had a lot of civilians who died, and then it took a long time for France to actually acknowledge that a lot of civilians lost their lives and to commemorate that.
In Normandy, they knew very quickly. In France, people knew better than we think. But of course, it was not commemorated.
Officially, yeah.
It was not commemorated. Since 20 years, it's spoken. And I read some reports of the French police, etc., saying, yes, well, they're mourning because of the bombing, etc., but it's Vichy officials who say that. But they understand. They understand because it's important, it's necessary for the liberation.
Okay, we're just going to take a listen as the ceremony gets underway.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States of America and Dr. Biden, accompanied by the President of the French Republic, Mrs. Macron.
Chers invités, le Président des États-Unis d'Amérique et la Dr. Biden, accompagnés du Président de la République française et de Madame Macron.
Distinguished guests, please remain standing for the national anthem of the French Republic, followed by the national anthem of the United States of America.
Chers invités, veuillez rester debout pour l'hymne national de la République française, suivi de l'hymne national des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Distinguished guests, please remain standing for the invocation delivered by Chaplain Karen Meeker.
Chers invités, veuillez rester debout pour l'invocation prononcée par l'aumônière Karen Meeker.
Let us bow our heads in humble reverence and solemn remembrance. Let us pray. God, when you needed someone to defend freedom, you made a soldier. When you needed someone to fight tyranny, you created a Marine. When you needed someone to protect the skies, you made an airman. When you needed someone to guard the seas, you made the sailor. And to patrol the shores, the Coast Guard. When you needed to send someone brave and true, it has always been and always will be the men and women of the armed forces. When the world needed heroes, you called the greatest generation to courage, and their answer still echoes in the soul of the nation. Shine your eternal light upon those whose gravestones encircle us as silent sentinels, reminding us of the price of liberty. Comfort with your abiding presence those who mourn empty tables and empty chairs, of those who gave their best hopes for our brighter tomorrows. Be our witness, O God, as we stand on this hallowed ground, consecrated in blood, that we will be devoted to the preservation of peace with the same determination as these here who fought fourscore years ago. As storm clouds gather on the horizon once again, rise up, O God, the next greatest generation, to meet every challenge with an unbreakable resolve to do what is right and good in your sight. Not counting the cost, but weighing the unfinished work of freedom, a vision where all people can pursue the life to which you have created them. May it be so, I pray, in your holy name. Amen and amen.
Distinguished guests, please take your seats.
Chers invités, veuillez prendre place.
Please welcome the Secretary of the American Battle Monuments Commission, Charles K. DeJew.
Veuillez accueillir le secrétaire de la Commission américaine des monuments de guerre, Charles K. DeJew.
Thank you. President and First Lady Biden, President and Madame Macron, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the American Battle Monuments Commission, Normandy American Cemetery. Bonjour à tous et bienvenue. D-Day is the hinge of history. It is here we reflect the very best of America's values. When America sends its young, its brave, its finest, we do not send them to fight for a king or crown. We do not fight for a sect or a denomination. We do not fight for a motherland or a fatherland. No, and we never, ever fight for conquest or plunder or enslavement of another people. When America is at its best, America sends its young, its brave, its finest to fight for simple, humble values. The values of freedom, liberty, and democracy. And when the job is done, when the mission is accomplished, when the tyrant is taken down and democracy is stood up, America does something unique in the history of mankind. We go home. All that America asks for in return for the sacrifice of our young, our brave, and our finest are a few small plots of land to bury our dead. All of you are seated here in one of those small plots of land. That is why this date, June 6th, this place, Normandy, and this ceremony here is so important. It is a reminder to all of us of the true cost of war and the real price of freedom. It is a price that we paid on D-Day 80 years ago. It is a price that we remind all authoritarian dictators today that if necessary, we will pay that price again to ensure the success of freedom. And that is ultimately why France knows, the United States knows, and we know. La France connaît, et les États-Unis connaissent, et nous connaissons that the world's most powerful weapon system is not a T-72 manned by mercenaries. It is not a Fujian aircraft carrier patrolling artificial islands. It is not a suicide terrorist killing and slaughtering innocents. No. The world's most powerful weapon system was, is, and shall forever be a free people willing to fight for freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming here. Thank you for remembering here. Thank you for renewing your faith in freedom. Je vous dis merci beaucoup. May God bless each and every one of you, France and the United States of America.
Distinguished guests, the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron.
Chers invités, le Président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron.
Monsieur le Président des États-Unis,
Mr. President of the United States,
Madame la Première
Mr.
Dame,
Biden,
Dr. Jill Biden,
First Lady, Dr. Jill
Mesdames et
Biden,
Messieurs, en vos grades et qualités,
ladies and gentlemen,
Messieurs les combattants du débarquement, chers vétérans,
combatants and veterans, ladies, gentlemen,
ces humbles tombes blanches
these humble white tombs
qui sont juste là,
that
à
are
portée de main derrière vous,
just behind you
sont un des lieux les plus
are
émouvants
one
de
of the
France.
most moving places in the whole of
On y
France.
sent vibrer l'histoire,
You can hear history
l'héroïsme des morts,
vibrate here, the heroism of the dead
on y lit
and
la grandeur
of those
d'un
who are
peuple
still alive. You can
prêt à mourir
see the greatness of a country
sur un
that was
sol qui
ready
n'est pas
to
le sien,
die on earth that was
pour une
not
cause qui est la
theirs,
sienne.
for a cause that was,
Il est
however,
un
theirs.
sanctuaire où se transmet comme
This
un
is
flambeau
a
la mémoire
sanctuary
inlassable
where
du jour J.
the eternal memory of D-Day is transmitted onwards,
Et le lien séculaire
because this is the
entre nos deux
age-old connection
nos deux républiques
between our nations that
se
is
renouvelle.
renewed here, between our two
Un lien
republics,
de
a
sang
link that
versé
is
pour la
strengthened,
liberté.
a link to defend
Ce lieu
freedom.
comme cette cérémonie disent notre dette.
These places, just like this ceremony, express our debt to those who have fallen, who fell, and to those who survived,
Aujourd'hui, à nos côtés.
and who are here with us at our
À l'été
sides.
1944,
In the summer of 1944, you were barely 20, if not less old. You had families, you had friends, girlfriends, sometimes a wife or children. You had dreams, you had projects, you had a future stretching out in front of you. And you left all of that behind. You crossed the ocean and landed on the coastline of France 8 decades before
vous
now.
avez tout quitté et pris tous les risques.
You left everything behind and risked everything for our independence, for our freedom.
Cela, nous n'oublions pas.
This is something we have not forgotten. Thank you. You left your country and came here to join our war and change history. You came here, Mr. Hilbert Margol. You came to Marseille in January 1945. You went through Europe from Provence to Poland with your comrades. You discovered the killing fields of Dachau. You came here, Mr. John Waddell. You were an infantryman who was wounded in battle in Germany. You came here, Mr. Robert Pedigot, to fight with your St. Laurent squadron against Germany. You came here, Mr. Calvin China, and you took part in the Dragoon operation in the south of France and spent the last months repairing our roads, our hospitals, our railways. You came here, Mr. Edward Berthold, and led 35 combat missions against the scourge of Nazism, whom you bombarded ceaselessly, just like Edwin Cottrell, to whom I'd like to spare a thought today, and who should have been with us today as well. You came to us here, Mr. Dominic Tretelli, in order to free the continent that you had been born in. And you, Mr. Bill Casassa, with this strength of heart that was so exceptional that it allowed you to survive over 100 days of combat against the enemy. You came here, Mr. Victor Channing. You came here to us, landing at Utah Beach in July to free Normandy, and then the city of Angers and Reims. You came here to us, Mr. Raymond Glansberg, a child born in the Bronx. You fought along the Moselle River and the Vosges. And you, Mr. Richard Stewart, you passed messages from France to Belgium to Germany to our continent. Mr. John Kenyon, you came here to us too. You survived and lived through Normandy, the liberation of Paris, Morocco, evacuating our wounded and moving our men and our equipment. You came here to us. The free world needed each and every one of you, and you answered that call as your brothers in arms did too. You are alive, whereas they are
to
dead.
join your efforts with our own soldiers and to make France a free nation. And you are back here today, at home, if I may say. Rangers, lead the way. Telle fut l'exclamation de Norman Cotta sous le feu de la mitraille à ses
Under
hommes, sous la
the
pluie de
fire of the machine guns in the Norman coast, you came here to fight. And so you will always be home here on French soil, and we will not forget you.
Hommes de la great generation,
To you, men of the great generation,
à être grand,
you taught
à
us
lutter pour la paix
to
et
be
la
great,
liberté du monde.
to fight for the freedom of the world and for
À nos
peace.
côtés, vous avez fait cette
At
guerre.
our sides, you fought this war,
Alors pour vous qui
and we
êtes
won
là,
it
et pour vos
together.
camarades qui ne
And
le
so,
sont plus,
for you
et
who
dont
are
vous
with us
portez
today,
la
and for
mémoire
your
ce
comrades
jour,
who are no longer with us and whom
pour
you
votre bravoure,
keep in your memories
au service de
today,
notre
for your
liberté.
bravery in the service of our freedom,
l'honneur de vous
I
remettre
have the honor
les
of
insignes
bestowing
chevalier
upon you the
de la Légion
insignia of Chevalier of the Légion d'Honneur. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, will now present the National Order of the Legion of Honor. Established in 1802 by Napoleon Bonaparte, the Legion of Honor is France's highest decoration and recognizes eminent services to the French Republic. This distinguished award to these American veterans acknowledges their service and participation in the liberation of France during the Second World War.
Chers invités, le président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron, va maintenant présenter l'Ordre national de la Légion d'honneur. Créée en 1802 par Napoléon Bonaparte, la Légion d'honneur est la plus haute décoration française et récompense les services éminents rendus à la République française. Cette distinction décernée à ces vétérans américains reconnaît leur service et leur participation à la libération de la France pendant la Seconde Guerre mondiale.
There you can see on your screens the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, getting ready to decorate 11 U.S. veterans with France's highest civilian honor, the Legion of Honor. He just spoke a short while ago thanking the sacrifices American soldiers made for liberating France. He said France will never forget. He even said that they are home here in France. I'd like to bring in France 24's Ketevan Gorjestani. Ketevan, you have some. There you can see Emmanuel Macron kissing the veterans who fought to liberate this country. You have some details, Ketevan, on the servicemen who are here.
Yes, so there were officially 11 names on the list that we received from the Élysée Palace, but as President Macron mentioned during his speech, he spoke of one of them who could not be here today, who, of course, at that age, obviously, this is something that we've been talking about, the fact that these are men who are in their late 90s, early 100s, and one of them, who is called Edwin Cottrell, could not make it today, and Emmanuel Macron had a word for him during his speech, and now he's giving that Légion d'honneur, the Legion of Honor, to those 10 other veterans in the name of the French Republic to recognize their service, because that is what the Légion d'honneur is about. It's eminent service to the French nation, and of course, what greater service than fighting to liberate the country. And in his speech, he also mentioned all the others, those who couldn't be here today, those who died during those battles, during the D-Day landings. And we see also the U.S. President joining in on that ceremony. There are a total of 180 American veterans, according to the White House, present at this ceremony.
Wow, that's a lot.
And Joe Biden, before the start of this ceremony, met with 41 of them. We saw some images of him meeting, taking pictures with those 41 veterans. He also had a coin commission, a presidential coin, remembering the service and those D-Day landings, with the number 9,388 engraved on that coin. That is the number of fallen soldiers who are buried at the U.S. cemetery. And of the 41 veterans that Joe Biden met with earlier today, 33 of them were actually present on D-Day, landed on D-Day in France. And there we see President Emmanuel Macron continuing to decorate those veterans.
I'd like to bring in Robert Frank in once again. He's a historian at the Sorbonne University. And, you know, as we watch there, we can see Emmanuel Macron decorating these U.S. servicemen. And we had a speech earlier from somebody who basically said when America gets involved in conflicts, they're doing it for freedom, essentially. Talk us through this isolationism we've seen in America's history, because, of course, that ended with the Second World War.
Well, you have isolationism and interventionism. You have the both, of course. And of course, there was a decline of isolationism, I would say, with Franklin Roosevelt in the 30s. But he he had to speak, he had to be a real teacher to explain to the American citizens that the war waged by the British in 1940, France was fallen, was very important. It's only after Pearl Harbor, of course, that America comes in. But he managed before Pearl Harbor to make the polls in favor of isolationists declining. So the speech we heard is important, and Macron mentioned it also, saying that these Americans are dead not for their soil.
Exactly, they try to travel.
He said the same thing. He said it's not for the soil, and we could say another way: they died, they sacrificed their own future for the future of the others. Yeah. And this future of the other is based on values. That's what he said. And that is, it shows that the American way of war cannot be the same as the European one. In Europe, we fight for, since centuries, we fight for our patrie, our soil.
Territory, yeah.
Territory, you have the German threat for the French threat for the Germans, etc. There's no Canadian threat, there's no Mexican threat for the United States. So that means that you have to die far away. Why? So you have to explain that it's for values. That's why it's so important now to explain. That's why it's so important to understand that for Americans it's not evident to sacrifice the lives. It's less evident than for the Europeans. That's why you have much pedagogy, much teaching, and that's what Biden is making. That's what Macron wants to say, as many presidents said. Whatever are our relations, sometimes they are hard between French and Americans, but we are allies. But we are brothers of arms, and the idea we never forget that. From Lafayette, nous voilà, from Lafayette to the American soldiers on Normandy, the idea that there's a real emotional and bloody link for the two allies, whatever are the relations, political relations.
And to double down on your point about the fact that the Europeans know how to fight for themselves and the Americans came far away, Emmanuel Macron had that line, "You taught us to fight for freedom." You taught us. So the fact of seeing these Americans coming to French soil was a lesson for the French and for the Europeans. And there was also another line that he said that you came to make France a free nation and you're back here at home. And he said those words in English.
Yeah.
And that was important because he wanted to speak directly to these men. And later on, he said in French, "You'll always be at home here."
But it was interesting, actually, to see right now Emmanuel Macron standing right by the U.S. President Joe Biden, because let's not forget, Emmanuel Macron is trying to get Europe to do its own thing militarily and stand on its own 2 feet, because he knows all too well that if in November, if Donald Trump returns to the White House, we don't know if America will have Europe's back, and Emmanuel Macron wants to prevent that from happening.
Absolutely, and Emmanuel Macron has been one of the main leaders in Europe pushing for that European security. And I think there are 2 reasons for that. One is obviously the situation in the United States and the unknown of who will come next, whether it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden, and how that could reshuffle the cards. As you mentioned, we've heard Donald Trump talk about how he would not come to the defense of NATO members if they were attacked, even going as far as saying that Russia,
if they don't pay,
that Russia should do whatever they want with those who don't pay their fair share. So that is something that has sort of been an electroshock for the Europeans, and maybe helped the message of Emmanuel Macron to be like, we cannot only count on the Americans. We will always need to count on the Americans, but we can't count on simply the Americans. We need to have our own strength. And I think the other side of this is also the idea, and we've heard in so many of these speeches, that it's, yes, the Americans coming to our defense, but we are also needed to the Americans. And that is something that you've heard the White House say when they preview the speech that Joe Biden is going to give tomorrow, is that this is an alliance. It's not America coming to save the day. It's America coming to help. But helping means that those who are involved are also doing their share. And so I think the idea is to have a Europe that stands on its own, but that helps also the US be stronger. And so those two groups help each other to protect the values that you were talking about.
Until now, you had many differences between the French position and the other Europeans about defense. Everybody agreed alliance with the United States. Even de Gaulle, the alliance is very important. But in the framework of this alliance, a sort of autonomy of European forces. And the other countries were saying, oh, that's rubbish, that's French rubbish. They always think that. Now with the Ukrainian war, it changed, as you said. Well, why not? We don't know about the future. Of course, the alliance is still there, it's very important, but we never know. Why not working a sort of European autonomy in the European defense?
That's right.
And that's new.
It is new. Of course, it's happened.
Thanks to Putin.
Thanks to Putin, but also thanks to Donald Trump, honestly.
Maybe, yes,
I think it's fair to say.
Exactly.
Just to remind viewers on our screens, we are just seeing the French president at the American cemetery in Colleville-sur-Mer. We had Emmanuel Macron, who spoke a short while ago, and now he's decorating 11 U.S. veterans with France's highest civilian honor.
I think it's important also to note, because we were looking, right now you see there was just Tom Hanks on the screen, so there are some famous people in the crowd, also Steven Spielberg, of course.
Who helped tell the story of the Normandy landing.
Really
Let's be fair.
craft the story of D-Day and that movie Saving Private Ryan, we mentioned it earlier. Those two brothers who are buried at the cemetery inspired the story of Saving Private Ryan. But I was looking at some of the officials, the American officials who are in the crowd, and there is a bipartisan delegation from Congress. I saw, for example, Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator, as well as Hakeem Jeffries, who is the House Minority Leader. They're in the crowd. There are other U.S. figures like John Kerry, of course, Tony Blinken is there. But the fact that it is a bipartisan delegation from Congress, it also shows that these moments are transcend politics, because Lindsey Graham is no fan of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is no fan of Lindsey Graham. But on this day, to commemorate these things, they come together.
It goes whichever way the wind blows. Let me go across to...
You have to remember that in 1954, it was a Republican president, Ronald Reagan, who made this very moving speech, which of course is maybe different of the spirit of Donald Trump.
James Andre is standing by in Colleville-sur-Mer. James, tell us what's happening where you are. Of course, a very moving ceremony, moving words from the French president a short while ago. We seem to have technical difficulties with James. We'll be going back to James at Colleville-sur-Mer once we are able to re-establish the connection. There you can see Emmanuel Macron has given
Je sais pas, ils m'ont coupé en disant.
He has given France's highest civilian honor to 11 U.S. servicemen. We're expecting to hear from the U.S. President Joe Biden.
J. Austin III, Secretary of Defense of the United States of America.
Okay, the Secretary of Defense is going to make some remarks.
Veuillez accueillir l'honorable Lord J. Austin, troisième du nom, secrétaire à la défense des États-Unis d'Amérique.
President Biden, Dr. Biden, President Macron, Mrs. Macron, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and above all, the veterans of World War II. I am honored to stand again at this hallowed place. We bow our heads to remember the more than 9,000 U.S. and Allied soldiers killed or wounded on D-Day by Hitler's forces. On behalf of the United States Department of Defense, I am here to give thanks. inadequate as that word may be. 80 years later, we thank the young Americans who took the beaches, who helped liberate France, and who helped free this continent from Nazi tyranny. We thank every Allied warrior who fought for freedom on June 6, 1944. And we thank the American and Allied veterans who have rallied once more on the shores of Normandy. Victors of D-Day, we are humbled by your presence. The young Americans who fought through the clamor and the chaos on D-Day have grown old or left us. And whenever a veteran of D-Day is gathered to his maker, in the fullness of time, after a long life lived in freedom, he wins a final victory over Hitler. You helped defeat what Churchill called a monstrous tyranny never surpassed in the dark, lamentable catalog of human crime. And you laid the foundation for a more just, free, and decent world. Together with our allies, we built peace out of war, a hard-headed peace, a peace renewed by constant commitment, a peace forged by the generation that won the bloodiest war in human history. And so our gratitude must never fade. Our memories must never dim, and our resolve must never fail. We still seek a world where aggression is a sin, and where human rights are sacred, and where all people can live in freedom. And so we must rally again to defend the open, post-war world of rules, rights, and responsibilities. Those rules protect us. Those rights define us. And those responsibilities summon us once more. At this hinge in history, we must again stand firm against aggression and tyranny. And as I said here last year, if the troops of the world's democracies could risk their lives for freedom then, surely the citizens of the world's democracy can risk our comfort for freedom now. So let us again uphold the spirit of D-Day. Let us again defend the principles that the Allied armies carried. And let us again thank the heroes of D-Day who kept freedom alive for us all. You saved the world. You saved the world, and we must only defend it. Gentlemen, we salute you. May God bless the American and Allied troops who fought here. May God bless the United States of America, and may God bless all who cherish human freedom. Thank you.
You were just listening to the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who made a statement during that Franco-American commemoration in Colleville-sur-Mer, remarks that were not planned, Ketevan. He made a short, brief statement, but he made an interesting point just a few seconds ago, where he said that if troops could risk their lives to defend a democracy, then citizens can risk their comfort to defend freedoms now. What do you think he meant by that?
I would read it as a reference to what is going on right now and the current war in Europe, which is happening in Ukraine. Obviously, and Joe Biden has repeated it many times, he is not going to be sending U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine. He has categorically refused that. So it's not about Americans going to risk their lives to protect those freedoms. All he's asking, Lloyd Austin, is that Americans and those around the world's democracies take a little bit of a hit to their comfort, and that is possibly, for example, in Europe, we were discussing the rising cost of gas because of the war in Ukraine. All of those things that influence our daily lives because of the war are things of comfort and not actually risking our lives. So I think that was a sort of parallel that he was making.
And Lloyd Austin, of course, did not specifically mention Ukraine, nor did he mention the word Russia. Of course, we've been talking about the U.S. elections that are taking place, but we should not forget that European parliamentary elections are underway in some parts of the bloc. Most of Europe will be voting on Sunday. Clearly, there are fears here in Europe that the far right are going to make gains here in France. For instance, the far right is topping the opinion polls. And, you know, Robert Frank, I'd like to bring you in once again, because, again, we all often say that Europe's memory is short. People tend to forget what happened 80 years ago, what happened, and clearly, as a historian, what do you make of the fact that here in France now, the far right is poised to come out on top on Sunday for European parliamentary elections?
Well, I would say that the French electorate which votes for the extreme right, even if they know what happened, they don't care much. I mean, they only see the present and the future, and they see that life is not going well, that other governments from right, from left have failed in giving some more jobs, etc., etc. So it's a sort of protest, a protest vote. That's for France. You have to understand that even if the extreme right in Europe is rising, they won't have the majority in the European Parliament. So the change will maybe not so big. So that's why. Short memory, yes, but the present is maybe more important for
Robert Frank. I covered the French presidential elections. I was at the headquarters of Marine Le Pen the day after she lost the election, and for them, this was the last election we had here in France. They were quite happy. They said, "Look at the numbers." They told me they were. Back then, they were sure that the next time there's a presidential election in France, they are going to come out on top. I mean, it goes to show that things change. Like we've been saying in the United States, we have Joe Biden now, but we could have Donald Trump back once again. And again, here in France as well, things can change as well.
Yes, it can change, but it's the same thing for America and Europe. You have to be aware of one thing. You have the domestic policy and the foreign policy. Of course, in domestic policy, you instrumentalize foreign policy, you use it. And it gives the illusion that foreign policy and domestic policy is the same. It's not the same. That means Donald Trump, Orban, or
Giorgia Meloni.
Yes, whatever happens, when you have the foreign constraints, you change. Meloni, in power, has not the same speech as she had in the opposition. If Donald Trump is elected, you don't know what he will be forced to do, even if he says the opposite now, because the weight of international relations is very, very heavy. It changes completely the domestic policy. You don't know it before, because for the election, of course, you instrumentalize the foreign policy just as if it was not important. Just it has no weight. It has a weight.
Okay,
so things
Robert Frank, we're going to cut you off.
Of course.
We're going to take a listen to the U.S. President Joe Biden.
The hour had nearly come. Monday, June 5th, 1944. The evil of Hitler's Third Reich was devastating the world. Nazi Germany had subjugated the once free nations of Europe through brute force, lies, and twisted ideology of racial superiority. Millions of Jews murdered in the Holocaust. Millions of others killed by bombs, bullets, bloody warfare. Hitler and those with him thought democracies were weak, that the future belonged to dictators. Here, on the coast of Normandy, the battle between freedom and tyranny would be joined. Here, on that June morning, the testing was at hand. President Macron, Mrs. Macron, Secretary Austin, Secretary Blinken, distinguished guests, most of all, our honored veterans who met that test of ages, the test of ages to that moment, 80 years ago today. On behalf of the American people and as Commander-in-Chief, it's the highest honor to be able to salute you here in Normandy once more. All of you, God love you. Winston Churchill called what happened here, quote, the greatest, most complicated operation ever, end of quote. After years of planning, Operation Overlord was ready to launch just as soon as the weather turned. Across the choppy English Channel, the Supreme Commander of the Allies, Dwight D. Eisenhower, waited. The largest force ever of its kind, built by 12 nations. Men, guns, planes, naval craft of every description waited. The world, captive and free, waited. Finally, Eisenhower's forecaster said there was a window in the weather. It would open briefly on Tuesday, the 6th of June. The general weighed the options and gave the order. At dawn, the Allies would strike. That 80% of them would be killed within hours. That was the estimate. But they were brave, they were resolute, and they were ready. One soldier told General Eisenhower, quote, "Don't worry, sir. The 101st is on the job. Everything will be taken care of." That's what he said. And because of their courage and their resolve, because the courage and resolve of their allies, it was taken care of. From the sea and sky, nearly 160,000 Allied troops descended on Normandy. Many, to state the obvious, never came home. Many survived that longest day, kept on fighting for months until victory was finally won. And a few, a notable band of brothers, are here with us today. Kenneth Blaine Smith is here. On that day, under heavy artillery fire, he operated a rangefinder and radar on the first American ship to arrive at Normandy's coast, providing direct gunfire support for the Rangers scaling the cliffs of Pointe du Hoc. on their daring mission to take out the German batteries. Bob Gibson is here. He landed on Utah Beach about 10 hours after the invasion began. Bullets flying everywhere, tracers lighting up the sky. Bob drove an M4 tractor with anti-aircraft gun mounted on top, providing critical protection for the infantry against the German Air Force. On that day, and for many days after, he continued. Ben Miller is here, a medic with the 82nd Airborne. At 3 a.m. on June 6th, he and 13 other medics flew over the channel in a rickety glider. Its wings were ripped off by giant poles that the Germans buried halfway in the ground to stop them from landing. They crashed, but they survived. And they did their duty, dragging injured soldiers to safety, treating wounds, saving lives while the battle raged. Every soldier who stormed the beach, who dropped by parachute or landed by glider, every sailor who manned the thousands of ships and landing craft, every aviator who destroyed German-controlled airfields, bridges, and railroads, all were backed by other brave Americans, including hundreds of thousands of people of color and women who courageously served despite unjust limitations on what they could do for their nation. Lewis Brown is here, part of the Red Ball Express, a truck convoy made up of mostly African-American drivers. They landed in Normandy in the wake of D-Day. They rushed supplies to the rapidly advancing front lines. Woody Woodhouse is here, members of the legendary Tuskegee Airmen, who flew over 15,000 sorties during the war. Marjorie Stone is here. She enlisted in the women's branch of the Naval Reserve, became an aircraft mechanic, spent the war keeping American planes and pilots in the air. Theirs has always been the story of America. Just walk the rows of this cemetery as I have. Nearly 10,000 heroes buried side by side, officers and enlisted, immigrants and native-born, different races, different faiths, but all Americans. All served with honor when America and the world needed them most. Millions back home did their part as well. From coast to coast, Americans found countless ways to pitch in. They understood our democracy is only as strong as all of us make it together. The men who fought here became heroes, not because they were the strongest or toughest or most fiercest, although they were, but because they were given an audacious mission, knowing, every one of them knew, the probability of dying was real. But they did it anyway. They knew, beyond any doubt, there are things that are worth fighting and dying for. Freedom is worth it. Democracy is worth it. America is worth it. The world is worth it. Then, now, and always. The war in Europe didn't end for another 11 months. But here, the tide turned in our favor. Here, we proved the forces of liberty are stronger than the forces of conquest. Here, we proved that the ideals of our democracy are stronger than any army or combination of armies in the entire world. We proved something else here as well, the unbreakable unity of the Allies. Here with us are men who served alongside the Americans that day, wearing different flags on their arms, but fighting with the same courage for the same purpose. What the Allies did together 80 years ago far surpassed anything we could have done on our own. It was a powerful illustration of how alliances, real alliances, make us stronger. A lesson that I pray we Americans never forget. Together we won the war. We rebuilt Europe, including our former enemies. It was an investment in what became shared and a prosperous future. We established NATO, the greatest military alliance in the history of the world. And over time, you got it, it is. And over time, we brought more nations into NATO, the NATO alliance, including the newest members, Finland and Sweden. Today, NATO stands at 32 countries strong, and NATO is more united than ever, and even more prepared to keep the peace, deter aggression, defend freedom all around the world. America has invested in our alliances and forged new ones, not simply out of altruism, but out of our own self-interest as well. America's unique ability to bring countries together is an undeniable source of our strength and our power. Isolationism was not the answer 80 years ago and is not the answer today. We know the dark forces that these heroes fought against 80 years ago. They never fade. Aggression and greed, the desire to dominate and control, to change borders by force, these are perennial. The struggle between a dictatorship and freedom is unending. Here in Europe, we see one stark example. Ukraine has been invaded by a tyrant bent on domination. Ukrainians are fighting with extraordinary courage, suffering great losses, but never backing down. They've been inflicted on the Russian aggressors. They've suffered tremendous losses, Russia. The numbers are staggering. 350,000 Russian troops dead or wounded. Nearly 1 million people have left Russia because they can no longer see a future in Russia. The United States and NATO and a coalition of more than 50 countries standing strong with Ukraine. We will not walk away. Because if we do, Ukraine will be subjugated and will not end there. Ukraine's neighbors will be threatened. All of Europe will be threatened. And make no mistake, the autocrats of the world are watching closely to see what happens in Ukraine, to see if we let this illegal aggression go unchecked. We cannot let that happen. To surrender to bullies, to bow down to dictators is simply unthinkable. Were we to do that, it means we'd be forgetting what happened here in these hallowed beaches. Make no mistake, we will not bow down. We will not forget. Let me end with this. History tells us freedom is not free. If you want to know the price of freedom, come here to Normandy. Come to Normandy and look. Go to the other cemeteries in Europe where our fallen heroes rest. Go back home to Arlington Cemetery. Tomorrow, I will pay respects at Pointe du Hoc. Go there as well and remember, the price of unchecked tyranny is the blood of the young and the brave. In their generation, in their hour of trial, the Allied forces of D-Day did their duty. Now the question for us is, in our hour of trial, will we do ours? We're living in a time when democracy is more at risk across the world than any point since the end of World War II, since these beaches were stormed in 1944. Now we have to ask ourselves, will we stand against tyranny, against evil, against crushing brutality of the iron fist? Will we stand for freedom? Will we defend democracy? Will we stand together? My answer is yes, and only can be yes. We're not far off from the time when the last living voices of those who fought and bled on D-Day will no longer be with us. So we have a special obligation. We cannot let what happened here be lost in the silence of the years to come. We must remember it, must honor it, and live it. And we must remember the fact that they were heroes here that day does not absolve us from what we have to do today. Democracy is never guaranteed. Every generation must preserve it, defend it, and fight for it. That's the test of the ages. In memory of those who fought here, died here, literally saved the world here, let us be worthy of their sacrifice. Let us be the generation that when history is written about our time, in 10, 20, 30, 50, 80 years from now, it'll be said, when the moment came, we met the moment. We stood strong. Our alliances were made stronger. We saved democracy in our time as well. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, in honor of the veterans gathered with us today and those commemorated at this hallowed ground, Lieutenant Commander Catherine Miyamasu will now read the Watch.
Chers invités, en l'honneur des vétérans réunis avec nous aujourd'hui et de ceux qui sont commémorés dans ce lieu sacré, la capitaine de corvette Catherine Miyamasu va maintenant lire The Watch, la garde.
Detail! Attention! Center! Face!
When a sailor retires, it is traditional that a younger service member read the Watch. Today, we want to read the Watch for all World War II veterans here today, both behind us and all around us. 80 years ago, these sailors stood the watch. While some of us were in our bunks at night, these soldiers stood the watch. While some of us were in school learning our trade, Marines, airmen, and coasties stood the watch. Yes, even before some of us were born into this world. The men behind me and their brothers and sisters who lay before me stood the watch. In those years, when the storm clouds of war were seen brewing on the horizon of history, they stood the watch. Many times, they would cast an eye ashore and see family standing there, needing guidance and help, needing that hand to hold in those hard times. But still, they stood the watch. They stood the watch 80 years ago. They stood the watch so that we, our families, and our fellow countrymen and women can sleep soundly in safety each and every night, knowing that these veterans stood the watch. Today, we are here to say, World War II veterans, the watch stands relieved. Relieved by those you have trained, guided, and led. American World War II veterans, you stand relieved. We have the watch.
Center, face. Breathe, set, all.
Distinguished guests, please rise if you are able, as we salute those memorialized here at Normandy American Cemetery, and remain standing for the playing of La Sonnerie au Mort and taps, and the departure of the official party.
Chers invités, veuillez vous lever si vous le pouvez pour saluer ceux qui sont commémorés ici au cimetière américain de Normandie et rester debout pour l'interprétation de la sonnerie aux morts et de taps et pour le départ de la délégation officielle.
You just heard their 21-gun salute as that Franco-American commemoration gets wrapped up. There you can see a flight pass. visibly moved, Joe Biden, on your screens there. That ceremony, that flypast marking the end of that ceremony at the American Cemetery in Colleville-sur-Mer. Earlier, we had the U.S. President Joe Biden who spoke and he gave brief remarks. It was about 9 minutes long. He spoke about the sacrifices U.S. soldiers made 80 years ago in order to liberate Europe. He said isolationism wasn't an answer then, and it isn't an answer now. He spoke about the NATO alliance, and he referenced the war in Ukraine quite directly, saying the country was being invaded by a tyrant intent on domination. He reiterated that the United States and NATO would not walk away from Ukraine. That statement made, of course, as he is due to meet Vladimir Zelensky a little later on today. We can go across to France 24's James Andre standing by as that ceremony wraps up in Colleville-sur-Mer. James, very brief but direct remarks there from the U.S. President.
Yes, I believe most observers were surprised to see such direct remarks being made in such a place, and that gave them all that power, in a sense, by Joe Biden today, who very clearly referenced the aggression against Ukraine as indeed a case of tyranny that needed to be fought. Joe Biden, who really addressed, I'd say, three messages in this statement. First, he did, very clearly pay tribute to those who fell here for freedom and democracy. He talked at length about their sacrifice, but very quickly he moved on to domestic politics, if you will, when he says that isolationism is not a solution. He very clearly reiterated US's commitment to NATO, saying that it is the most powerful alliance in the world, that it is absolutely necessary, that it needs to be reinforced rather than degraded. Those were direct references to what his opponent in the American election, Donald Trump, has been saying over the past weeks or months, expressively, when he said that NATO countries needed to contribute more, or he would let Russia destroy them or do whatever they want, whatever Russia wanted with them. Well, this is quite clearly a direct response to what Donald Trump was saying by Joe Biden there, stating what his position is, and that is that the US stands with NATO. NATO needs to be reinforced. And then a message to abroad, to Vladimir Putin, in a sense, and quite a direct one, saying, these are the sacrifices we made 80 years ago for freedom and democracy, and we're willing to go down that path again if required, and we will not step down, we will not back down. Basically saying that if Ukraine were to fall, well then, the Eastern Europe and then the rest of Europe was at threat. And that is a very clear, as I say, very clear, very blunt statement by Joe Biden. Quite unexpected in a sense, but really incredibly powerful when you're standing here with these 9,388 graves of young American soldiers that gave their lives on the beaches right next to this cemetery in order to free Europe from Nazi tyranny at the time.
James, thank you very much for that, James Andre there. I'd like to bring Ketevan, because as you heard there from James Andre, it was quite a direct speech. Joe Biden didn't mince his words. We had the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who came and spoke. He referenced the war, but he didn't name Ukraine. He didn't name Russia. Not that Joe Biden actually called out Vladimir Putin, but this was domestic. He may have been standing in Colleville-sur-Mer, but this was a speech for the U.S. domestic audience as well.
Yeah, there were two intended recipients of the messages. One was Vladimir Putin and the other one was the American people. There was a reference, a subtle one, before he went on to directly talk about the war. He said that Hitler thought that democracies were weak and that dictators would win the future. This is something that he has been saying about Russia since the invasion of Ukraine, saying something similar, that Putin made a mistake by thinking that the alliances, the Western alliance, was weak and that the future was for autocrats like him. So it was a sort of symmetry there for what he said about Hitler. Also, to what James was talking about, this talk about the isolationism that is not a response to what is happening, that it's never the response, not 80 years ago, not now. This is directly a reference to that speech by Ronald Reagan that I was talking about that was made 40 years ago, where Ronald Reagan said that isolationism is never the answer to tyranny. So you're seeing a lot of symmetries there, but of course, that message to the American people, he said, alliances make us stronger, and that is something that I hope Americans remember.
Robert Frank, quick last thoughts on that speech from the U.S. president.
It's a very political speech.
Very.
It's not only an official speech. That's the goal of commemoration, and the use why commemorations are useful. You may play with emotions. So it's a political speech based on emotions. Freedom is not automatic. Because we don't forget, we will resist. So it's a message for the Americans against Trump. It's a message for Putin. We are here. Maybe we won't send troops, but we don't know. But anyway, we'll defend Ukraine. And it's a message to the allies. We are here because the allies, the European allies, not only because of Trump, but it's true that Indo-Pacific is more important than the Atlantic. So why not? Maybe the Atlantic alliance will be getting loose. Well, Biden says, no, it's not loose. It's present, and it's present because people died for that.
Robert Frank, thank you very much, Ketevan Gojistani, for spending the last 2.5 hours with me and breaking down what went on there in Colleville-sur-Mer. Now, in preparation for the commemorations of the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, the town of Caen in Normandy launched a vast effort to collect personal accounts, photographs and objects from the time for the city's archives. The last chance for survivors of those landings in Normandy to tell their side of the story.
Valérie Rappeau is on her way to meet one of the last survivors of the battle for Caen.
Ah, bonjour, Madame. Bonjour. Merci. Vous êtes la dame de la mairie? Oui, tout à fait, Valérie Rappeau.
This is the first time 95-year-old Geneviève Leroyer has told her story on the record. She was just 15 at the time of the landings, and like many others, she hid from the bombs in the nearby quarries.
We didn't know what was happening, but we could hear the bombs, the shells falling on Caen. One day, a shell exploded nearby, and a huge burning piece fell just in front of my foot. I was miraculously spared.
More than a third of Caen was destroyed, and entire families trapped, when a deluge of bombs fell on the German-occupied city shortly after the landings on June 6, 1944.
We had to climb over piles of rubble, and there was this smell of dead bodies.
According to the records, 600 people died in Caen on the 6th of June alone, and 2,000 died during the Battle of Caen overall.
Geneviève's account will be added to the city's archives and could find its way into school textbooks or commemorations. A duty to remember, to never forget those who gave their lives, like the members of the resistance shot in Caen prison. Now 99 years old, Bernard Duval had been among them and very narrowly avoided their fate.
He was the last one I spoke to. All of these people were shot on the 6th of June. I had left 2 weeks earlier. I was put on the last train to the concentration camps, and all these poor men were unfortunately still in the cells that day. If I had still been with them, my photo would be up there too.
Bernard has also decided to entrust a relic from his past with the town's archives, his concentration camp shirt.
So this was your ID number?
My ID number for the camp. This shirt went everywhere with me. I arrived in Paris wearing it, and then I returned to Caen wearing it. When I think how many died wearing this uniform, I thought if I'm lucky enough to get out, I will tell the story of what they did to us. And I've kept that promise. I'm happy that it's resting here.
The testimonials of these last witnesses will now be kept safe for posterity.
Now we are joined in the studio by Solange Mougin. Solange, great to see you. You're here as part of our D-Day coverage to talk about a very specific object that made a difference for many American vets as they inched their way across Normandy.
Yeah, when it comes